Does anybody need for me to spell that? Everybody, today is indeed a historic day, but the business of Rochester community and its public servants must continue, although folks are very busy doing some very historic stuff in Washington, D.C. Today is February the 9th, 2021. The time is now 5:33. The Board of Education welcomes you to our special meeting. I have a couple of different topics that we're going to cover today, and those topics will be chaired by our two of our chairpersons. But as always, we begin by calling a meeting to order, which is what I have just done. I've asked that my colleagues take a look at the agenda, which was sent to you by our staff, and so long as there is no objection, that is the agenda that we will go by, including, as best we can, the time allotted for each of the subjects. In the spirit of that, let's keep moving then. Madam Clerk, we don't have any speakers, do we?
We do. We have 5 speakers tonight.
Oh, 5 speakers. I'm sorry, I missed that note. Well, why don't we begin by hearing from our speakers?
Okay, so joining us tonight, welcome everyone. Our 5 speakers, we have a student who will be joining us, Desiree Garrick, who is going to be talking about Black History Month in the Rochester City School District. Welcome, Desiree.
Hi.
Hi, whenever you're ready, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay. All right, I'll just go ahead and start. So last week, I heard a 3rd grade teacher of the RCSD, Rochester City School District, say that Black History Month is the month that we celebrate notable African Americans. Her statement was incredibly ignorant, and not only was ignorant, but it was also inaccurate. It was deeply rooted in institutional racism that people like me wish to dismantle. Statements like this are made all the time, and sometimes we see them as harmless when in reality, they are just as dangerous as the Ku Klux Klan or as Jim Crow laws. Statements like these result in whitewashed curriculum that we, the students, are currently being taught. Telling the 3rd grader that Black History Month is the month where we celebrate African Americans implies that all Black people are African American and that Black history derives from slavery to present, which is inaccurate. The statement was unprofessional, and whatever the teacher's intentions were, it was not excusable. Sorry. It does not excuse her actions. As a teacher in the RCSD, you have a duty, whether you like it or not, to ensure that whatever you say is accurate. I choose not to say accurate to the best of your knowledge, because teachers cannot afford to make errors like these anymore. Youth has suffered from teachers' lack of understanding long enough. And if we don't make radical change now, then we will continue in an endless cycle of institutional racism. I can only imagine how many teachers in the district make racist comments like that daily. Ignorance is not bliss when you're dealing with the minds of our children. And you have to excuse me, I just had my wisdom teeth removed, so it's hard to speak right now. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Desiree. We appreciate you addressing the board tonight. Okay, I'm going to move on to our next speaker, who is Leslie Knox, a parent who will be addressing the board regarding pre-K scholars returning to class. Ms. Knox, welcome.
Thank you.
Of course,
so,
whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready, okay?
My daughter is returned to School 15, the children's school over by Cobbs Hill. She is 5 and in pre-K 3, and she is over the moon to be back in school again. Initially, her concerns were tearfully communicated to me that, Mommy, I don't want to go to school and play by myself and not play with my friends. On her first day in, she told me that, well, she told her teacher and me that this was more fun than I thought it would be, and she was excited to go back. I'm just really pleased she's had this opportunity for at least 2 days out of her 4 days of academic learning. She is learning still in parallel with her peers, but in closer proximity, which at this point is what matters, because it's the best we can get right now. What I'm looking forward to is continuing to work with her pre-K teacher to make sure that the kids are invested and interested. They have plants to take care of. They have Play-Doh to play with. It's really been a good experience for these 2 days. And the teacher was kind enough to send me pictures via text during the day. So I knew what she was up to. I could see the picture she was drawing. I could see the happy smile on her face. She also was so pleased, and she was sharing her joy with her teachers and her teacher's assistant. And she made awards for them that looked like pictures, but they were awards because she was so happy to be learning interesting things with these people. So I just want to say my student is doing well. Thank you for making this choice. And I hope this leads to more students having this opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Knox. We appreciate your feedback and thank you for joining us tonight. Our next speaker is Mary Beth Elko, a parent who will be talking to the board about the power of reopening schools. We're just waiting for connection really quickly. Welcome, Ms. Elko. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening. I would like to start by saying thank you. Thank you to many in this room for your relentless attention to reopening. You, like many of us families and our scholars, you faced down and stared in the face a false narrative from the RTA, and you gave countless families the choice of returning to in-person learning. The significance of that is not lost in these last 2 days. I have seen many photos, I have spoken to fellow parents, and I've seen the documentation of the excitement and the joy that these last 2 days have brought to so many scholars and their families. It's immeasurable. As parents, we know what's best for our children, and we've spoken to that over the last few weeks, and we will continue to speak to what's best for our children. So thank you for allowing parents the choice. This is a giant step toward equity for our scholars. And while it's essential that the focus stays on keeping schools open in the safest manner possible, I'd like to address another important topic that will bring reopening even closer to equity. And it's the topic of the wait list.
Oh, it looks like we lost Ms. Elko. 1 second. It looks like she's back in the waiting room. I'm going to try and let her back in. Ms. Elko?
Yes, it just went to, yes, I'm back.
Okay, you can continue. I paused your time for you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the wait list, which currently my 3rd grade daughter is on, in December, when asked, we chose undecided for our 3rd grade daughter, given the info that we had at the time. Our school, the school she's at, has since told us of the protocol, but I'm curious. I just don't know the answer to these questions. You know, how many families district-wide are waitlisted? What is the breakdown by school? Will families be surveyed again? And given the fact that the circumstances have changed significantly since we were last asked. So while my daughter has, her school has communicated the process, I'm wondering if it's the same process being implemented district-wide, and what is our CSD's plan to, you know, address this for the countless families district-wide who are also scholars who are also on the wait list. And then I would like to possibly, for the time that I have left, address Desiree's, what she mentioned in her 3 minutes that she had earlier. And I'm both grateful that she brought this up, and I'm so sorry that she had to experience that. I would like her to know that there's a group of parents who are hoping to address this and give families and scholars and educators access to historically accurate curricula that celebrates and elevates the experiences, the voices, and the history of Black people, so that she doesn't have to experience this again. So it is our goal to make that accessible.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elko. I appreciate you joining us tonight. We are going to move on to our next speaker. However, I do know that Ms. Molly Ball, who signed up to speak about phase 2 reopening, did send us an email to say she's not able to join us this evening. So I'm going to move on to Ms. Kristen French, a staff member who is addressing school buildings and the reopening. Welcome, Ms. French.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. After talking with colleagues and seeing posts from staff and families, it seemed like there was a general expression of eagerness mixed with uncertainty to have thousands more be back in the buildings during this pandemic. Many staff reported that despite feeling exhausted and anxious with the transition to hybrid, they were very happy to see their in-person students yesterday. It shows how much educators, along with their students and families, have worked on building virtual classroom community these past months, which is definitely worth celebrating. In addition to the numerous smiles and elbow bumps observed, there's also unfortunately some issues occurring behind the scenes that needs to be urgently addressed to ensure the reopening procedures can meet the safety and instructional needs of all of our students. One is the shortage of substitutes. Due to a lack of substitutes, there are classes that have no teacher supervising them unless they pull another staff member from the building. When this occurs, other students are missing out on their individual support, such as intervention, ESL, or their IEP-driven services. So that particular staff member can cover the class. And this has already happened in different buildings. A suggestion some administrators have been telling their staff when there's no building-based sub to cover for them on hybrid days is to cancel their Zoom sessions and provide asynchronous work to the remote students, while the in-person students are instructed by a temporary sub. This is unfair and inequitable to the students who remain remote. Already with the stress of the simultaneously instruction and the personal health concerns, there is staff expressing a need for a leave of absence, meaning that there will be additional vacant openings. Some phase 3 staff have expressed anticipated concerns for the lack of supervision in the rooms that will contain the overflow students who cannot safely space out in the rooms that the rest of their peers will be learning in. Other phase 3 staff indicate the schools will not have enough arrivals staff to complete all the morning procedures such as temp checks, hand sanitizing, and scanning, and administration are left to ask for staff to volunteer. Another issue is the lunches. Students that I work with express the desire to have a different lunch than the same one they've had for the past 5 weeks. The meat and cheese sticks are not as fulfilling as having choices and more meal options. There are some students that will be able to bring an alternative meal, and there are many more that cannot. With almost half of the food service staff let go in the fall and a limited number recalled back, including the 8 that may be hired with tonight's resolution, students in specialized programs who attend 4 days a week will continue to have the same bag lunch served to them for the next 20 weeks. It's wonderful to witness the excited students back in person, but as a district, we still need to be intentionally proactive and responsive to the instructional and safety needs, or hybrid will no longer be an option. Both safety and learning matter. We cannot ignore the crucial feedback and honest observations we're getting from phase 1 and phase 2 educators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. French. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
President White, that is the end of our speakers portion for this evening. You are muted, sir.
Thank you for that. All right, we now are ready to move on with our agenda, and I believe our superintendent has an update for us regarding how the reopening is going. If I can preface your remarks, the other day you said to me, I think I asked you, how are you doing, Leslie, in another meeting, and you said joyful. And I got to tell you, that comment, that one word stuck in my mind because this is difficult work. And for someone to begin a very difficult, or to describe a very difficult task of returning students to classroom instruction, to describe that as joyful is a very positive sign. And based on what Ms. French and other people have said, it appears that everything that everyone on your team and every teacher and every administrator and support staff have worked on, it seems to be a very joyful return. And I'm happy that you felt that way, and I'm happy that it appears that hundreds, perhaps thousands of other people felt that way as well. So, okay, with that being said, Superintendent Myers, how do you describe for us today how it went?
Sure. You actually stole my first line, President White, but that's okay. I'll repeat it again. Good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, our commissioners, our staff, and colleagues, and those who are watching tonight's meeting on Facebook and both YouTube. I will be repeating what President White just said. The one word I would describe Monday and Tuesday's reopening for our scholars in pre-K through 6 is certainly joyful. We had roughly 4,100 of our scholars participate in hybrid learning. And I had the opportunity, along with some of my other colleagues, to get into classrooms and to schools. At 7:30 on Monday morning, Commissioner Malloy, myself, and Sheila were outside of School 25 at the Freddie Thomas campus, as well as the Montessori School, greeting our scholars in 5-degree weather. Despite the cold weather, there were certainly many warm hearts. And you could see the look of joy on our teachers, on our administrators, on our support staff, on our transportation staff, clerical, all those individuals and more came together to ensure that Monday and Tuesday were certainly joyful. The classrooms looked amazing. The schools looked amazing. The scholars were truly joyful. We just had an amazing time, but I want to be very clear. Just like any other first day of school, and February 8th was a first day of school, things certainly weren't perfect. And we know things, we never expected for things to be perfect. And so I appreciate everyone's flexibility, their patience, but the enthusiasm and the heart just certainly outweighed anything that might have been a glitch. We continue the chiefs are actually working on the waiting list with the principals, and we'll be able to give an update soon about what that looks like. We continue to work on accessing vaccinations specifically for our Rochester City School District staff. And in fact, I had a meeting today, and Commissioner LeBron has been working collaboratively with the county to help ensure that we also have testing. So we are grateful for that. We will be holding teacher forums, and our first set will occur right after the February recess, where we'll have conversations with our teachers to find out what's working and what are still struggles, so that we can collectively problem solve and brainstorm together. I have to certainly thank many and all of the departments who came together to really make this happen. And as you see the footage, just the joy, the enthusiasm, and the excitement that occurred throughout our district certainly was contagious. Our educators are continuing to move through getting used to simultaneous instruction, and you can see just an example of how that is happening. And it was, again, just such a joyful day. So I am so grateful to be at this point in the Rochester City School District. And again, we'll continue to address as quickly as we can and remedy the concerns that are brought up from either parents or caregivers, from our staff, or from even students. And I just wanted to thank the Board of Education, our entire staff, for really working together to ensure that Monday and Tuesday occurred. We will have February recess, and then right after February recess, just as a reminder, we will have a little over 2,000 of our secondary students in grades 7 through 12 join us. So thank you again to the Board of Education for your support and moving forward. And again, it is my hashtag was Joyful Superintendent. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments for the superintendent? Let me go to my participant screen. Yeah, I do see some already. Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you, President White. I guess my first question, well, first of all, it was just such a joy to stand with you, even in 5-degree weather. You wore comfortable, warm boots. I wore the not so warm boots. So word to the wise, thank you so much for reminding me how cold it was. I will make sure to wear my boots next time, my better boots. But moving forward, how do we ensure equity of access if more of our students want to come back in person? You know, the model that we opted to use here, it works because 30% or fewer of our students and families opted to return. But I guess the accuracy of the survey tool has been questioned, and there have been parents who have asked to be resurveyed. Does this model still work if we suddenly have 50% or more of our students who want to come back in person? And I want to make sure that we can provide that for any family. If it truly is about choice, we have to be able to provide that for all families. So those are just some concerns. And I know we don't have answers to that yet, but are we going to be able to accommodate more families? Some of the schools are already at their limits, especially our K through 12 school in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. And certainly I think opportunities are the flip side of challenges. And so as we've been looking to, again, we're behind in the process and that other students opened in September. And so we know that in our counterparts that they have been looking at wait lists. So in the fashion that they just don't automatically shift back and forth. So we need to get our students in. We need to take a look at the wait list. And then I think we do need to have conversations about, is it resurveying? Is it continuing to build the wait lists to see? Because we know that we certainly will have some families, or we have families right now on the wait list, or additional families will want to choose in person, but we will have the reverse as well. So we have been looking at what we might do as far as models. We certainly will make sure we keep the board updated relative to that, our principals, and especially our families as we make and take next steps. I think the key thing is that we do need to look at how that might play out, because we do have to continue to follow CDC guidelines. So our current model of, as you said, in some of our classrooms, we can't go any higher on Monday, Tuesday. So what does that look like for potentially Thursday, Friday? We have not, we're just, we're excited to get in the students that we have right now who have signed up, but we are going to continue to look, because equity and access absolutely is important. And we want to work to ensure that those families who desire to will can and have that in-person option. But I also think we have to be mindful that many other school districts do have a time period where they do that, and it's not just necessarily quote unquote rolling admission. So we'll continue to look in that in to figure out what how we can make that happen for more of our families.
Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, I just want to uplift, because a couple of things, but first and foremost, all board members did receive the number of waitlisted families for every school. It was either in the Friday letter that Leslie sent us, or another email, but I do know we have that information. And I will just say this, and Leslie, you can correct me if I'm incorrect, and any board member can go back to their emails and check. I did not see any particular school with hundreds of waiting lists. In fact, most of what I saw was between, I would say minimum of 10 up to 27, 30, 50, but no school by itself singular at this time, based on the information that the superintendent emailed the board. Was there any school that had hundreds of kids waiting? And I know that this had came up before through social media, and I was looking for that information. You and your team actually had already emailed it to the board. So just as a reminder, there was a few Friday letters with additional attachments Some of them did have a lot of attachments. I just want to put that out there too. But we did get the information, and sometimes when we get information that way, sometimes it does get buried, but it's there. I personally just want to thank the schools that I went to, which was 15, 19, 29. I did not get to go to 12, so I have to I'm rescheduling with John. And 7, and just amazing, just each school, how they rolled out. So first and foremost, so families can hear this, what I witnessed, both yesterday was the morning, and then today I switched up the time so I can see what the afternoon, looks like in dismissals for different schools. But today, and I want to thank Janelle and Kathy Black both for coming with me and having conversations with educators, because we did see different teachers rolling things out in different ways, and thank them for allowing us to ask a lot of questions as if they can give us some additional feedback. Because I did see some really interesting ways that educators were managing this. And I just want to uplift that. But I really appreciated that kids were getting temp checked right at the door. At least at 3 of the schools I went to yesterday, as soon as they got off the bus, they were being temp checked right at the door, and then hand sanitized. And then most schools had a one-way direction for kids, depending on their grades, to get to class. Oh, and school too. And I just appreciate like those little things that I think make such a huge difference. And same for, today, and watching dismissals happen at different schools, that, there are different doors being utilized for different grades. There's a process for parents who are doing pickup. There's a process for busing. And I know that those things are not easy, and it requires some foresight from each of the schools, knowing their school building, their school culture, their entrances, their exits. And I just want to uplift that I recognize the value and the time and effort that took for all of the schools to like do that work. And yes, I saw lots of parents who just standing outside with their kids, taking pictures, knowing they couldn't come in. And I hope that this is something we'll continue to have conversations about, but parents knowing that they couldn't come in, but being so proud and so excited that their kids being excited that they were coming back. So I just want to say thank you to you and your team, but also to our principals and our administrators in the buildings and our teachers that really just stepped up at the schools that I went to and that I saw. So thank you.
I think it was just so cute too, seeing our little ones, our pre-K and K. I saw several exercises where they had them put their hands in front of them, and they said, if you can touch the person ahead of you, you are too close, right? And so we had little ones who were practicing the social distancing. And I even saw staff carefully, because we have child-sized masks, but some of our child's faces are just so little, right? So they're making just the adjustments of, twist it around 3 times and then put it over your ears. And, our 3-year-olds are able to keep their masks on. Our 4-year-olds, our little ones are able to do it. And I think it's just an example of resiliency and just the sheer desire to want to come back to school, that they're willing to do whatever it takes so they can be in school. And that was just, again, so heartening for me to see. And just, it was literally all hands on deck these first 2 days. And folks just said, yep, I'll pitch in. Yep, you need some help here. Oh, this didn't happen. Sure, I got it. And I just really, from the bottom of my heart, want to say thank you to every single Rochester City School District staff member who really helped make this transition back as smoothly as it possibly could be.
I see Commissioner Malloy's raised her hand.
Yeah, thank you so much. Should I lower my hand? I don't know how this new.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, I got it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, Leslie, I just want to reiterate, it's so great to be back. And thank you for, what you and your staff have done to ensure a fairly smooth transition. I know there's a lot to work out still. I just needed to put something on record though, to make sure that it's addressed. On January 22nd, I had asked some questions pertaining to like the reopening. I put them on the question log. And I've seen a lot of other questions put into the question log since then, but they have not yet been answered. So on January 22nd, I needed to know the following things. I needed to know the specific supports that were in place for teachers in the hybrid and simultaneous instructional model. That was one question that I had put in the log. I said, where can we find access to the specific training and professional development for teachers along these lines? What data, if any, do we have comparing fully remote learning success with the hybrid model data? How much is this return to school costing the district? Do we have the funds? What is our deficit following the return to in-person school? What's the racial breakdown of students who opted for hybrid? And why do we have a wait list at some schools? And why does it seem that white middle-class families appear to predominate in the hybrid availability? Are we hindering equal access to hybrid instruction by the Thursday, Friday setup? Why did we not incorporate a Monday, Tuesday option I'm talking about secondary students? And why, let's see, I did get one of these questions answered by Mike Schmidt about 12 kids per class. And then why was the vague original survey the only tool used to determine numbers for hybrid versus remote? How did RTI fit into this? And was the goal to get most of our struggling learners back into the buildings or simply those who requested hybrid? So I just needed to put that on record. I know that that was submitted in the question log back in January, but it would be really helpful to have answers to those questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll get it to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Thank you, Dr. Myers-Small. I hate to put people on without any notice, but Ms. Simmons, did you have any particular insights that you want to share from people that you know went back to school or anything like that? I know you weren't probably expecting to say anything, but I do see you on the participant list.
Yes.
Are you there?
Hi. Yes. Hi. So my mother actually went back to school because she is a teacher. She was saying how hard it was to try and teach students who were virtual and students in the classroom, especially with her having one of the higher numbers of students at her school, at our school. And it just really how she feels there's an inequity between the students who will be receiving virtual learning versus the students who will be receiving in-person learning. So I think what the question Commissioner Malloy posed about the racial breakdown of the students going back in person versus the students who are staying all virtual is a really good question that I would like to hear answered. I think students are still scared to go back in person. Some students are, and I know a lot of times it's more about the parents who are scared while students do want to go back. So I'd like to actually talk to Superintendent about this another time and just see how we can try and have another meeting with U of R Medical Center about, just to kind of engage the parents more, because I know that is a big hindrance and a lot of students going back and why students are now on the wait list because they didn't feel that they understood the situation of hybrid learning when it was first suggested.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. I appreciate that. And I hate to put you on the spot, but your comments are always very insightful and helpful. Dr. Myers, I assume that you'll have an offline conversation with her about some of her questions. Is that right?
It just so happens that Anaya and I are meeting tomorrow morning or afternoon. So.
All right. Perfect timing. Thank you very much to the both of you. All right. I don't see anybody else raising their hand. Let me check one more time. I happen to be on my cell phone, so this is not the most efficient way to do this. But nope, I don't see anybody raising their hand. So we'll move on to the next order of business, which, as you all can see, is consideration of resolutions. There's just one resolution that we have to consider today. And let me just back up a little bit to provide a little context for folks who haven't watched board meetings before. What we do is, most of what we do is authorize the superintendent and her staff to conduct certain activities based on resolution. So they'll come to us and they'll say, hey, listen, we need to rehire X number of facilities people who prepare the foods, because at this point our students are going back to school. So they prepare a resolution, a written document that says what they need and when they need it. And then the board considers it and votes on it. That's how the board authorizes most of what the superintendent has to recommend. And so the superintendent brings before us today a resolution, which coincidentally relates to a topic that has already come up today, which is food service workers. Who feeds our kids? And it's come up actually offline as well. That resolution is resolution 653. So I need a motion to advance for conversation, resolution 653 from one of my colleagues. Is there? Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Who was it? Who said second? Oh, Commissioner Braun seconded it. So that means now, folks watching, we can begin to discuss this. Are there any questions or comments regarding resolution 653, which again, for the benefit of those watching, is a resolution that's basically the superintendent says, hey, I need to rehire, I need to bring back some folks from a civil service list that can help us prepare our food. These particular workers, employees are called food service helpers. So is there any questions or comments regarding resolution 653? Let me look on my participant list, hold on. I don't see anybody raising any hands. Oh, I do. Commissioner Malloy.
So hiring these additional people, will this help us get warmer meals to our students, or better meals than what I've been seeing posted to social media? It's kind of, I don't know if that's a correct question or not, but I know some students have been less than happy about some of the meals that have been served lately.
Superintendent?
It will allow us to be able to have more staff that are available. I don't know if it'll necessarily change it from cold to hot, but as we again get more students as well, we'll have additional staff. But Mike, I think, is probably the better person to answer that.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners, Vice President Elliott, President White. Real quickly, so this allowed us, this resolution allows us to have a certified food service member. The reason why it came a little bit late is we still were working on this as of last week, just to make sure that everything was in line with people's necessary health department certifications and so forth. With that.
Oh, he paused. He froze. Mike, if you can hear us, turn your camera.
Variety, but also, the limitations in regards to right now only being able to do cold meals for.
Mike, I've just got to interject. You froze, and I think you're freezing again. We didn't hear any of that.
Mike, I think what the superintendent was going to recommend is sometimes if you turn your video off, the audio stream is better.
It looks like he dropped out of the call, so
we lost him.
Well,
get that answer. Is your vote dependent upon that, Commissioner Malloy, or?
Not at all.
Okay.
I just was. Right. It was more of a concern.
Okay.
I see Commissioner LeBron has raised her hand. Commissioner LeBron.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I actually would like to in the future, Leslie, so this is definitely not a priority, but perhaps sometime in June as we move into September, have a food services presentation. I'm kind of more surprised at the fact that grab and go meals is what the city, Food Link, all of us have been serving at rec centers, at the district since March, and that people are now finding out about it. And while I understand some of their outrage to what that looks like, this is literally what our families in our community in this city have been given access to since March. And, food insecurities is a really big issue in the city of Rochester. It has been ongoing for ever since I moved here, I will say that. I also want to point out, we don't even give great food at food pantries either. And it's a pet peeve of mine because it feels like because you're poor, you have to accept whatever you're given. And I don't ever support that or agree with that. I do believe families should have options, and certainly just because you're experiencing financial hardships, that should not mean that you have less options for food. So let me be very clear about that. But I also know that there's a lot of federal regulations that constitute things, right? I would just be interested in understanding that process for this district and how we do make selections based on the federal guidelines and what options we do have. I think that'll help me understand better how selections are made. I do know federally, the federal government considers ketchup a vegetable, which is mind-blowing to me. Like, how can ketchup, I don't ever consider ketchup a vegetable, but under federal guidelines, it is considered a vegetable. So I would like to understand, I know that in early childcare, the way that menus are created, there has to be a fruit, a vegetable, a dairy, and so forth. So I would like to understand in the context of pre-K through 12 in this district, what those guidelines are and how food are selected and what options and range do we have. And I also personally would say that, you know, I posted this on a response to a friend of mine's too earlier. Personally, I've never, a handful of times have sent food in with my kids. I do believe all of my kids have had to eat whatever schools were providing for breakfast and lunch. One, I just, as a parent, have very limited time to like prepare those types of meals. They don't have access to microwaves. So anything I've ever had to send in on any occasion had to be cold. But I'm not that happy as a parent with the hot food selection. So I just want to put that out there. My kids ain't gonna eat sloppy Joe and Kraft mac and cheese. That's just not their thing. But I would just be interested in learning more overall about that. And I will say that there were some youth organizers that also had highlighted and uplifted this over the summer. And Mr. Adams can talk more about that too. But I would be interested in learning more about how those selections happen. And then also, how can we influence change, whether that is internally or externally with advocacy at state and federal levels? Thank you.
I'm looking at my list and I don't see any other hands being
The mic is
raised.
back.
Hold on one second. Okay, Mike, are you there? Mike?
Yes, I'm here. Commissioner Malloy, I was not trying to avoid your question by by logging off my Zoom there. I don't, a little bit of unstable internet, I think, is what's going on tonight. And actually, I answered your question in full, although only my cat heard it. So I guess I can get back to you for that.
It was more, I guess, a concern, Mike, about just the, you know, cold meals. I'm very well aware of what's served all over the city, especially from the rec centers and stuff. I think a lot of us know that, and food insecurity and all that. But I guess I'm just wondering, with the hiring of people, will there be options moving forward for even sealed, hotter meals for our students?
Yes, absolutely. And I think the one piece, as soon as we get have a more of a solid number of returning students, then I think the options will definitely increase. And you know, I think that's the best way to leave it for now, is we'll continue to monitor it, and we can provide you. And Commissioner Lamaze had a question. We can provide you some updates. The main thing is it has to meet all federal guidelines in order to receive reimbursement. So everything that we serve checks the boxes, so to speak, and that's what drives most of the work that we do. But I can give a more detailed response.
Thank you so much.
In the question log.
Thank you.
So let me just check one more time. I don't see any other hands being raised. I had probably, like most of you all, received some emails and some media calls and some pictures. And yes, I too was aware of what was being served at rec centers. But the district fortunately has a tradition of providing options for students, and sometimes historically not the best, but thankfully as a result of a lot of good people's work, including you Mike, and Vice President Elliott, we've addressed it. This issue of what kind of options students have has been addressed for quite some time. But I share Commissioner Malloy's concern that we are at the point where we're serving grab and go meals. And I know we've been doing that for a while in the city. We're not the only people doing that. But I think it is a legitimate question to ask, when do you think that might resume? And I think you sort of answered that. But I think, Mike and Superintendent, I would ask that a more comprehensive but not a long explanation be provided. Is it what's happened here is, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you will, Superintendent or Mr. Schmidt, we don't have the staff to prepare warm meals that Commissioner Malloy and others, sometimes they weren't the best, but the warm meals that some students and their parents expect. Is that where we're at now? And so once we ramp up our staff, because we have more students, then we will be able to do that. Is that our situation? I just want people to understand why we are doing the grab, because that's not our history to do all grab and go meals. Can you explain why we are here and when it might with more clarity, when we might see the hotter meals?
Quite simply, the lunch fund has to run at least cost neutral.
Yep.
Any deficit in the lunch fund at the end of the year would need to be reimbursed by the A fund of a school budget. Currently our personnel offsets the number of meals that we're scheduled to serve each day, so that we.
Oops, there you go again.
The last part of it is more staff in a building gives more options to serve a hot meal as well. So I think those are the three quick answers to your questions.
Thank you very much. That did provide clarity, and I'm hoping people who are frustrated about just the grab and go have some better appreciation as to why we are at that place at this time. Let me look at the participant list. I do see Commissioner Malloy raising her hand. Commissioner Malloy?
And this is actually a question, I think, for Mike again. You're up. Sorry. It's more about water quality in our buildings. I think, and I don't know if it's a matter of maybe water not running through pipes as frequently as prior, but I know we have some water stations in most of the buildings, and they seem really high tech. Do filters need to be changed? I'm just hearing reports from different people about water quality, and there were some pictures, and I don't know how accurate this is because I haven't been in all the buildings, but there were reports of like yellowish water or discolored water, and I think that there are a lot of people concerned that their kids might be drinking this. So they're mostly from like the refill stations. So I don't know is that something we do on a regular basis, water testing? Just want to make sure that the water that our kids are getting is safe.
Sure, it's a great question. I'm not aware of any specific school with that concern. If somebody does have that, they can reach out directly and we will address it. Most of the bottle filling stations were installed probably since December 1st. So they're all recently installed. And it could be as simple as they haven't run as frequently enough because no one's been in the buildings per se. And then having it run a little more often would change that. We've done all the lead and water testing by the state and federal regulations. So, but we certainly want everything to be pleasant to drink, and there's no reason. That's why we put them in, obviously. So if you have a specific school and just want to drop me a quick email, we'll follow up on that tomorrow. And what I will do is task my team to check on all the newly installed. I think we installed about 60 or 70 of those bottle filling stations across the city. So I will follow up. Make sure we test those later this week.
Thank you. Yeah, I saw one of those stations, bottle filling stations at School 5 today, and wow, they're beautiful. So kudos.
Yeah, they all came out very well. Yeah,
awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I would note, I don't know if you got it yet, Mike. I think I might have sent it through your boss, the superintendent, but I think what Commissioner Malloy is referring to, I and probably others received a photograph of a pitcher of water that was clearly discolored. And of course, you never know the context in which someone's sending you something. And it's important, as Commissioner Malloy and I'm sure others will point out, that the exception doesn't be understood to be the rule. But we did get that. I think a number of my colleagues did get that photograph. And I don't know, Commissioner Malloy, do you recall if it had a school identified to it?
You know, I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Superintendent, you might want to look out for that in your inbox. But again, I want to caution folks that just because something is happening in one school doesn't mean that it's happening in all the schools. But certainly, as Mr. Schmidt would agree, it's something to look into. And so, Mike, I will try to send that again to make sure you have that photograph.
We'll get them
all right. And any other questions or comments regarding Resolution 653? And by the way, the board appreciates all the input we get, whether it's through a school visit or somebody sending us emails. All that. I know Dr. Myers-Small got at least one email from me about a concern that somebody had, and probably got many others from other board members. So we keep it coming. We do appreciate that. All right. Any other questions or comments regarding Resolution 653? I'm looking at my list and I don't see any other names. So why don't we go ahead and vote? I just asked my colleagues to make sure that your video camera is on. and indicate clearly so the clerk can hear it what your position is on Resolution 653. All those in favor of Resolution 653 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Seems, Madam Superintendent and Mr. Schmidt, the ayes have it, and you have those additional workers available to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could I just say thank you very much for the approval of that? We are very grateful. Thank you.
All right.
Van, I have my hand
Yes.
up, but I don't think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. I know you're on your cell phone. I want to make a formal request. I would like to know the number of individuals that were laid off in December and the number of employees that were recalled since December. Obviously, this has been an ongoing conversation, but I just want to understand that number because I do keep seeing people throw out like we laid off 300 people, we laid off 300, we laid off 100, but we're also recalling in lots of people over these last couple of months through certain different recalls for different positions in collective bargaining units. I think it would be helpful to have some actual data and numbers to say these were the numbers that were laid off from each of the different positions, and these are the different positions that have been recalled back into the district.
I have a question really quickly for the log. Are you referring to the 2019-20 school year or the 2021 school year layoffs?
Any layoffs that mid-year layoffs were 19-20. And then, any recalls, because the recalls, my understanding, have to come from individuals who were laid off. We're recalling from the list.
Mm-hmm.
So, any recalls that have happened since that point on. And I see mostly recalls now because we're back in school, even in a hybrid model where we've had to bring in folks. Thanks.
All right, that question has been duly noted in the question log, and I believe that ends this portion of our meeting. The time is now 6:24. We're just about 10 minutes behind schedule, but I'm sure between the able chairpersonship of Vice President Elliott and Commissioner Adams, we can get back on schedule. Vice President Elliott, the gavel is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome to the Equity and Student Achievement Committee. Let me just get my screen together. Give me 1 second here. I've also got the agenda up. So can I get a motion to accept the minutes from January 12th?
Motion.
2021?
Commissioner Elliott, Vice President Elliott.
Yes.
We don't have any minutes this evening.
Okay.
It was updated.
All right. So next month we'll have those minutes. And we have a presentation, excuse me, by Betsy Hoffer with regard to student attendance. And if you recall, colleagues, we talked about that 9th grade absentee rate, and we wanted to know strategies about how we were going to overcome that. That was one of the issues that we had with regard to 9th grade, because we know that if we can get our 9th graders in the classrooms, that the chances of them graduating from high school increases. And so the question was, what is the strategy for increasing attendance in that 9th grade that 9th grade level? So Bessie, I'm going to have you to make your presentation, and if you could talk a little bit about strategies with regard to 9th grade attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for having me this evening. My presentation this evening is focusing more on chronic absenteeism, but I can speak first to the 9th grade attendance and some strategies before we get going.
And Betsy, let me just ask you that I'd like to have that in writing, because what I'd like to be able to do, as well as other commissioners, I'm sure, as we go out into the community, we want to be able to articulate that. And we want to be able to see how that's coming along. We want to provide the governance and the oversight to that. So that's very important, because if that's an area where we're dropping and missing our students, the board needs to be paying attention to that.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
And we did do some data digging after the last time I reported, and I do have that information for you. I've been working closely with Upper Franklin and with Northeast College Prep with their attendance teams and with their principals and with their chiefs to talk about what strategies they already have in place and what things they want to do differently moving forward. And they're going to present to you in March exactly what their plans are. And they're already working on things like mentoring for students, using our student support services more fully, and doing kind of that check and connect strategy that some schools use. One thing we found out that was very clear was that some students do not get out of ninth grade very easily. And so we looked not only at ninth grade average daily attendance, we looked at cohort attendance for ninth graders. And I can share that for all the schools next month for you. There was quite a disparity with Upper Franklin and with Northeast College Prep, and we were looking at data and how people are reporting absences, if they're reporting them correctly, and what action plans they're coming up with for those students, such as online credit recovery, because we have ninth grade students who are repeating ninth grade, sometimes more than once, and we need to get them out of ninth grade, like you said, with credit recovery, with other strategies to get them out of ninth grade and to graduate.
And just one other question, is that repeating of the ninth grade due to chronic absenteeism?
Well, that's a good question. It's like the chicken or the egg, because I think that sometimes a student may be frustrated because they're still a ninth grader and their motivation may go down to keep coming to school. So they're not taking the same classes over and over again, but they have to gain so many credits each year before they can be classified a 10th grader or an 11th grader. And so the online credit recovery is a very important course for students if they're struggling.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. So the focus of this report is going to be on chronic absenteeism, and Rahima's going to do the slides for me. I just want to mention, first of all, how the work that the attendance office is doing is connected to the strategic plan. We use data purposefully and collaboratively. Will show you the attendance agenda in a little bit, and you'll see that that is discussed at every meeting, and our schools truly know where students are as far as if they're chronically absent and how many days they've been chronically absent. We are building relationships with not only parents and students, but people in the community to try to provide that kind of lift up in the district. We're collaborating with community partners, but we're also doing a lot of collaboration within central office because attendance really touches everything: academics, transportation, even food service, because if you're not coming to school because you're not happy with the food, that also is going to impact. And one of the goals of the attendance office is truly to build capacity across the district and to make our attendance teams very dynamic. So those are the ways that we are connected to the strategic plan. Go ahead, Rahima. So here is the status of chronic absenteeism. First of all, I have to say thank you to IM&T because they were able to pull this report for me together, and it is a report that is now available district-wide for all of the leaders, and they're working on having this available for each school so schools can monitor closely. In this chart, we have a chronic absenteeism goal for grades 1 through 8 and also for grades 9 through 12. The state goal is mentioned first, and that is what the state is hoping we'll achieve. And the RCSD targets were designed by our strategic plan. So you can see it does look similar to what's happening with average daily attendance. It's broken down by the subgroups that the state is watching us and how our receivership schools are monitored for chronic absenteeism. And in grades 1 through 8, we are not meeting the goals for chronic absenteeism. If you take a look at the goals for 9 through 12, though, we are meeting all of the goals in all of the subgroups. I believe this has to do with our students being comfortable with electronics and being able to be independent with their work. But our elementary schools are very concerned about these numbers and are working hard to re-engage with students and families and make sure that those challenges that they're having are addressed. But we are struggling with that this year. Go ahead, Rahima.
But also, chronic absenteeism has been a problem in this district even before COVID. And we have not really addressed it in a way that we can increase our numbers. I guess I'm disappointed that the goals that we have in the district are even high. You know, I'd like to see that in the 10% range, and we're talking about 30, 40%, which in my mind is just unacceptable. And I'd like the superintendent, if she wouldn't mind commenting on that, because we've got to work on getting that chronic absenteeism number down. So, Madam Superintendent, can you respond to that?
I totally agree with you. And I remember having meetings with principals and their teams, and it's the one area that they were trying everything under the sun to address it. And I know that we put on professional development at the state level and made recommendations. It's an area that is a struggle for us. So we're just going to have to continue to dig in, lean into the data, and see what else that we can do, because it's the one thing that we can certainly influence that we really have to partner with families on. And I think part of it is making sure that certainly our families understand the importance of being here, and that attendance certainly does matter, that you access the curriculum, that's where you learn, et cetera. But we've just not been able to date, Vice President Elliott, to break through on that. And that certainly is an area of growth.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Anaya, I want to welcome you to the ESA committee, who's our student representative. Anaya, I'd like to have your comment about why are students not attending school on a chronic basis? Anaya?
Yes, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think a reason students aren't attending school is because of how repetitive the days have begun. I think once they, in the beginning of the school year, it did seem like, they wanted to try it out, like they were going to put forth an effort. But now that it's online and, they don't have that like same in-person motivation that they normally would. Just motivation towards school and feelings around school and perspectives of school have just decreased. And with so many virtual factors, like how school is portrayed on social media, how next steps and like future steps after high school are portrayed, just students' motivation towards school and towards their present life right now is just decreasing, which is why I think that mental health factor of like reestablishing a purpose for school and reestablishing how they look at education is important to get those motivation factors back up.
Any thoughts about pre-COVID? Because we had this issue even before COVID. What was some of the concerns, if you know, that students had even before COVID and when we had in-person learning, when that was formal? What were some concerns?
I think when it comes to in-person learning, like life pre-COVID, just finding that connection to education was lacking. There was no like culturally responsiveness in the curriculum, so kids didn't feel a tie to come to school. Kids didn't feel that that just motivation and that persuasiveness, that connection maybe with their teachers, that connection maybe with their friends. I think factors like those, especially culturally responsiveness now, played a factor back then and is still playing it now.
All right, thank you. Dr. Jallo, you have a question? You're muted.
Sorry, yes, I do. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I was wondering if we could see next month, month to month, how our rate of chronic absenteeism, so we can see whether we're going up or the district's going down or whether it is stagnant. That's number one. Number two, you made a statement about how people are taking attendance, which makes me think, are people taking attendance in different ways, or is it inconsistent? Or is there a protocol, a standard operating procedure, an expectation that people are held accountable to as it relates to taking attendance? Because how people take attendance impacts your attendance rate, your chronic absenteeism, your funding. So I think that's also another piece to look at. And then when you look at chronic absenteeism, is anybody looking at the root cause analysis by way of surveying students and asking the students, why aren't you coming to school? Why aren't you coming to school consistently? Or why are you coming but not going to this class? Or so forth and so on. I think once you peel it to that granular level, you'll be able to figure out some specific strategies for specific groups of students that will address their needs, because these rates are high and they should be addressed after the second day that a child is absent. You shouldn't wait to 10 days or 18 days. It should be done after the first or second day so that it's easier to deal with than after the 10th or the 30th day.
Absolutely. So thank you, Anaya and Dr. Myers-Small, for your comments, and also Dr. Jallo. There are many reasons for absenteeism. And one of the things that I have been working with in conjunction with Kelly Briggs is trying to find an organization who maybe can help us do a root cause analysis. In the meantime, that has been, I think in the last week, what I have been putting to attendance teams as far as looking at why students are missing school and what we can do to alleviate those challenges. The other thing that I'm working on with Kelly Briggs is working with our receivership schools and doing a deep dive to look at the root cause for students missing attendance. So that is, I think, the very next step. We have been addressing causes all along the way. However, my goal has been, like I said, to build capacity and have schools design flow charts to reach out to community partners and our community agencies, as well as use all the resources that we do have, and sometimes we don't use them efficiently. As far as attendance taking procedures, it used to be that we had absent, present, and tardy, excused absent, unexcused absent. Those were the 5 basic codes. Now we have, I think it's up to 14, because we're taking present in person, present async, present sync, and all of those. Right now, Power School does not have the capability to track the learning modality any other way except through the attendance code. So I have been communicating with the chiefs and the principals, and I've created a chart so that people could see if this is a situation, this is considered present async, this is present in person. I like less codes. I love less codes because I think it reduces the margin of error. But right now, that is how we're keeping track of the modality of learning. And the system, needs some flexibility because we are allowing students who are absent from in-person or absent during synchronous time to complete that work and be counted as present async. So there has to be some flexibility, and that is following the guidance that the state put forth last summer to try to create some flexibility for our families. That is very different from how we've ever kept attendance before. Because
let me just have Commissioner Clark to ask his question. Thank you, Betsy.
You're welcome.
Thank you, President Elliott. I had a question on the previous slide. While I agree that the the targets are too high, the goals are too high. I also noticed an inconsistency with the goals for each group. And my question is, why would you have, different goals for different groups? Is that based on historical data? But I would think that the goals across the board for Black students, Hispanic students, student with disabilities and English language learners would be the same and not different.
Right. So I believe that the goals are set by the state and the district based on our past performance and reducing it proportionately so that the goal is to get down way below what these goals are here. But in order to have some success and to meet our accountability metrics.
Any other questions, Commissioner Clark? Okay, Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I just want to uplift. I think for me, just having this conversation, I honestly just get frustrated personally, just feeling repetitive about conversation. So when the previous superintendent was here, there were conversations around this, but prior to that superintendent, when Barbara Dean Williams was here, there was a collaborative with the state and wested.org that focused on MLL students, and the previous executive director for multi-language learners went to Albany. I actually went to one of the sessions, although it was a 2-year program at the time, and part of what they were researching was MLL's chronic absenteeism and dropout rate. And they were doing that by reaching out to the families who had dropped out and speaking to the students and collecting their stories to kind of identify what made them feel welcome, where was that tipping point where they just stopped coming all together and disengage, what did the district do to address those things? And I don't know whatever happened to that collaboration, that report. I just want to put that out there. And, I just would like us, when we're having these types of conversations and presentations, to kind of also review what has been shared with us previously and do some side-by-side comparisons to this is what was stated a year ago or 2 years ago, and this is where we're at now. This is what's changed, what hasn't changed. I just personally feel like we have these repetitive circular conversations, not in the same month, but I just have that type of memory that memorizes things that I don't want to memorize. And so it just brings it back up all over again. All the questions that were asked, different administrators, what they answered. I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner Adams?
A couple years ago, there was a young man died at school 12. And right after that, we hired a bunch of people to get on top of attendance. You couldn't even be 5 minutes late without them calling your house. The staff it was amazing. It was aggravating, but it was amazing. Mm-hmm. Since we had to cut that staff, since then, parents are saying that majority of the time, probably, highly majority, like 80 to 90% of the time, when they get informed of absenteeism, it's like late at night. It's not in real time where they can address the issue. So we have to do better with that. We can't wait till 9 o'clock at night to call parents and tell them that their child missed period 1. Because if we know, at least we can probably stop them from missing period 2. But we have to do better. And that's all I want to say. I'm really concerned about this absenteeism because it's a thing that puts all of our schools in receivership. It was the tipping point that put 10 schools in receivership, Dr. Walter Cooper Academy. I would like to try to see us try to get a waiver on that, just the absenteeism this year, because we're in some uncharted land right here. I'm done.
Thank you,
Vice President.
Thank you. So here, if there are no objections, I've gone through the PowerPoint presentation, and what I'm interested in is more strategy. So if is there anybody that has any other questions? Mr. President, you have a question?
Actually, just more of a comment, and very briefly, I wanted to hold up what Commissioner Adams just said, and I just want to make sure folks remember this when we start talking about cuts again this year. Those cuts to the staff that Commissioner Adams is referring to occurred because the state and other people were telling us, you got to make cuts, cut. And there was a strategy. Vice President, you asked for a strategy. There was a strategy in the wake of that young man's death. And the strategy was to put hands on deck, as many hands on deck to touch these children when they weren't showing up to school. Because that was one of the biggest reasons behind the concern at number 12 school and at other schools, that we just didn't have hands on these children. We just didn't have staff. And we had a superintendent that brought some staff on hand. And then, what, I don't know, Ricardo, was it what, 9-10 months later? We started talking about let's cut. And that was one of the first set of staff folks to get cut. People heard union members say, oh, don't do that. And they heard, oh, well, this is just unions covering their people. No, we needed those people to put hands on our children. So I just, again, it's water under the bridge, but remember, when we start talking about cutting our staff because we're oversized and we gotta right size this district, remember, we need adults, caring, committed adults around these children who happen to live in the third poorest region in the country in terms of child poverty. That's all. As Commissioner Adams said, I'm done.
Yeah.
Commissioner Powell?
Yeah, I want to hold up what you just said, Vice President Elliott, about strategies. The presentations and reports very often give us the current state. And yes, that needs to be the starting point of all of our conversations. But in the end, what I want to know is what specifically the district is doing to change those numbers. And I mean, I guess, are we still relying on anecdotal evidence that, you know, well, in this school, some teachers are doing this and other teachers are doing that, but we don't have a global strategy. We don't have a requirement of our teachers to make calls to parents until day 5. Maybe we can just move it to starting those phone calls to day 1. But I'm not hearing the strategies, and this has been an ongoing concern of mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. So Betsy, let me just have you to stop this presentation, and let me ask you and the superintendent if you all will come back to us. Tell us when you could come back with a global, as to Commissioner Powell's point, a global strategy of how we're going to reduce this chronic absenteeism. And Madam Superintendent, would you like to respond to that?
Sure, Vice President Elliott. What we'll do is I will meet with the deputies, and Betsy and the chiefs will have a conversation, because I know that there are active strategies that are being employed at different schools. And so we need to make sure that we can, with fidelity, share that with you and to show you what processes are in place. So we'll circle back.
And I think that if we were able to come up with a global strategy around chronic absenteeism, that will define what our resources are. You know, maybe we could shift some resources. We just don't know what resources that we need, because we don't have a global strategy on how we're going to address chronic absenteeism. President White, you had your hand up?
Yeah, yes, thank you. I would ask that the superintendent look at that prior strategy that Commissioner Adams and I referred to determine whether it was being successful. My recollection was it was having an impact. But again, conversations began about cutting the district staff because we were beyond size that the state or others wanted us to be, that we had to reduce our footprint. And now we're having this exact same conversation. So I would ask the superintendent, Do not, if you find a wheel, for example, the wheel that we had in the wake of that young man's death, Trevion's death, that you not reinvent the wheel. Please, matter of fact, we can put in the question log, determine the effectiveness of the prior initiative. It was a strategy, it was a comprehensive strategy for dealing with students, and we cut it. We absolutely cut it. So here's the moral of the story. Somebody, Dr. Myers-Small, will come up with a strategy. Maybe it's a replication of that one or some other one. And then we'll be in some budget spiral that somebody will say we'll have to cut. We'll have to cut. And we'll be having these exact same conversations again. So Dr. Myers, I would respectfully ask that you look at that prior strategy and determine whether it was effective or not. And then if it was, and you promote restoring it, that we have the courage to say, okay, we're going to fund this. We're not going to let anybody tell us you've got to downsize this district, because the problem is we're losing these students. We are losing these students. And one of the reasons why I'm convinced we're losing them is because we're losing staff. And certainly with respect to that program. So please look at that program. We can put it in the question log, Madam Clerk. What was the effectiveness of that particular strategy? I know we had other strategies that weren't particularly effective. I remember Dr. Vargas had one that I thought wasn't very effective. It was a whole PR campaign about, students can't breathe.
Knocking on doors.
Right. And knocking on doors. And my understanding is that did not have a significant impact. So please look at those other strategies and tell us whether they were working. And then I would say to my colleagues, listen, we can't be listening to people telling us to do things and that the primary thing is to cut, because it's going to come back to haunt us.
I just want to, just in response to all of the commissioners who've made comments, I just want us to remember we do have reducing chronic absenteeism as it's one of the key measures that we have in our strategic plan. So again, we just need to have the folks who are working on that to come back through and to talk to you what those strategies are, because that is being worked on.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused because I don't recall Barbara Dean throwing the home attendant as this intense strategy that she figured out. I think it was a reactionary approach that she took to the tragedy that we have to kind of basically cover some other issues and errors that she made in gross judgment in the special education department prior to, and we got sued for it. But let me just say, in regards to those home attendants, I absolutely did respect the work that those individuals ended up doing. They were our only support staff that were doing actual home visits. I considered them community health workers without the official title. And I will always uplift and have tons of love for CHWs in our community, because they look like us, they live in our same communities, and they're not ever afraid to go into our homes and build relationships with our families and get into some really difficult situations for the love of the work. And so I want to uplift that. I do appreciate that. And if we can have and figure out a way, and I don't know if financially, internally, we'll be able to have those individuals again, but figure out a way to partner with outside organizations to have CHW support and capacity to help us with the attendance. I would be open to that strategy. And I also just want to point out that it's not just because the state wanted us to make cuts. We had a deficit. We continue to have issues around our staffing. And I have been a parent in this district, and I'll repeat this every time I can, because I couldn't even believe it myself. I was doing the calculations, 18 years. I've had 2 girls graduate already, and I'm still in this district 18 years in. And I've seen the district with lots of staff and the same outcomes academically, same outcomes with attendance. And for me, that has not been the breaking point to break these things. So I just want to put that out there. And I also just want to put it out there now that we will have and see additional cuts this budget. I have said it multiple times. I feel like I don't know how many more times I can say it, but I will continue to repeat it because I want people to understand where we are at financially, our enrollment, what we have to work with. I would be open to creating new titles and going through the process of whether it's with civil service or other collective bargaining units to reshift priorities and job responsibilities with current staff we already have. But I would not be supporting hiring additional staff while we're also talking about making cuts this budget season. Just want to put all that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. But I don't think it's always that we have to hire anybody. I just think we have to be creative with our course offerings. I think that we can shift current resources that we have, and we don't necessarily have to hire anybody else per se. I think the strategy will help us to dictate what are the resources that we need. And they don't always have to be personnel costs per se. You know, given if we're offering the right kind of course offerings, and to Anaya's point, you know, and to the student who spoke, offer some things that are culturally relevant. Dr. Jallo?
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, many of the strategies that you talked about in the last 10 minutes are after the child has been absent. And I would suggest that you start to look at strategies that keep the child in school, not wanting to
there you go.
This day out. So there are strategies that are preventative in nature, and there are strategies around our instructional programming so children are connected. Yes. And to consider those two. There are urban districts across this country who have conquered this issue. And so there's a lot of evidence out there. There are a lot of examples out there. I would ask that we also talk to our other urban partners across the country about things that they have found to be useful and satisfactory in starting to address this problem.
Thank you, Dr. Jallo. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you, Vice President. I just wanted to add just the conversation to piggyback on some of the things that Vice President Elliott just said, as well as Dr. Jallo. I worry a little bit about instantly drawing a correlation between chronic absenteeism with staff cuts, because as an educator, I believe it has more to do with RTI. And I see, Betsy, in your presentation that those are the slides that are upcoming. RTI is right on there, that response to intervention. You know, forming those close relationships with students, and some of the things that Vice President Elliott just described, as well as Dr. Jallo. So I just want us to be really careful or mindful of drawing that correlation between the staff cuts, although no one likes to see staff cuts, but I don't think that that is the major factor in why we're seeing the chronic absenteeism across our district. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Malloy. So Betsy, we will, unless anybody has any objection, we will suspend this presentation and we will look at some of the strategies to the superintendent's point. That's a part of the strategic plan. So we'll take so why don't, for next month perhaps, what is contained within the strategic plan, can you present that to us next month? Can that be presented?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I would just like to say, I would encourage you to look at the rest of the slides, because it does talk about how we're building capacity, that we are using best practices that have been identified by organizations such as Attendance Works. And I really do believe that we have some good foundational things going on. The incredible thing about the attendance homeschool assistance that many of you spoke of was that relationship building.
Yeah.
And that is what really came out of our work. And that is what schools have been adopting by calling children first thing in the morning when they're not in class. And there are schools that are doing that. And there are some things that we're going to be doing next month with secondary schools for best practices as well. So I do feel that a lot of those things are there. It's not going to be a catchy thing like the Blitz, or a catchy thing that, you know, but it's building relationships, and that takes time, and it takes really knowing, like Dr. Jallo said, the root cause. I think that's needs to be our focus. And I just wanted to say I appreciate those of you who mentioned the homeschool assistants, because they love that job, and they were special people who built relationships, and not only called to say, why isn't your child in school? Some of them were helping families move as a result of domestic violence, they were helping them find new housing, food, all sorts of things, and were hands-on in the community, much more than just absent, present, or tardy. So I'm glad that they're remembered with affection, and I think we can build on their successes, and I look forward to that.
Thank you, Betsy. Commissioner Clark?
Yes, thank you. Thank you again, Vice President. In the presentation next month, even though it was touched on, I want to make sure we don't forget the point that Dr. Jallo made about looking at best practices across the country and other urban districts. I would like to see, some examples and basically how they were able to reduce their absenteeism. So there may be some things that we can incorporate in our plan.
And to your point, Commissioner Clark, Dr. Jallo, do you know if, I would imagine that they would be willing to do a Zoom meeting with us, some of those that are doing well in this area, correct? Maybe we can even have them to be a part of our ESA committee. Okay, I'll follow up with you on that at another time. Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Clark? President White?
Yeah, I just don't want Betsy's words to be missed. We had something that was working, right? And we can't just say, oh, we can't make cuts are okay. Clearly, I think everybody's spoken about those home attendance people said it was working, and we don't have them anymore. That's insignificant. So to the extent that we should be looking at best practices, we can literally look in our own back door, and the only reason why they're not there is because we made cuts. The other thing that I wanted to suggest to the superintendent is this district has been looking at this issue for quite some time. Some of you may recall another prior superintendent. It's not that he didn't try. There was an effort that went across the district, and many of us got involved. We literally were going to knocking on people's doors. And like home assistants, we were, myself, my son, hundreds of staff people were knocking on doors throughout this community and talking to people why they weren't there. And let me just remind you all, which I know many of you know, a lot of it relates to the intensity of poverty that these folks are dealing with. And the fact that mom is not there and dad is not there, and they don't know that the kid is not in school. So what I would suggest to the superintendent is, I don't know what that initiative was called. Jerome Underwood, you all recall when he was here?
We worked together. It was the attendance blitz where we
attendance
visited.
blitz. Yeah, and that went on for quite some time. And Betsy, correct me if I'm wrong, but we collected data. So they were out there collecting data for reasons behind why people weren't. And while there was some reference to the fact that there wasn't culturally relevant pedagogy, many of the problems occurred outside the building, which is why students weren't attending. And I remember there being a complex chart that we would have to check off why people weren't in class after we spoke to these folks. So obviously you're aware of that. And obviously it seems like it's guiding your work now, but the problems, as you all know, I'm not telling you stuff you don't know, the problems are so much more complex than what we're not doing in the classroom. Many of these problems relate to what's happening outside.
Betsy, I'm interested in, we talk about those workers who went out to the homes. I'd like to, and I'll say this through you, Madam Superintendent. I'd like to see the data of the chronic attendance rate when we had those workers. So can that be provided next month?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I can do that.
All right, thank you. Anaya, you have a question?
Yes, I actually would like to talk about Mr. White's comment about how factors outside have led to the absences. I do agree with that. I do think there are a lot of outside factors, just a lot of outside factors that could relate to family, that could relate to job, that could relate to money, that are causing the absences. And I think what you were saying was, if I interpreted it right, was that it's not necessarily like a pull factor to get kids to school. It's more like a push factor that just kind of like keeps them away from it instead of pulling them back. Mm-hmm. And just my take on that is that students should be pulled in from those factors, like school should be a relief for them where they don't have to focus on those factors, where it's not like I don't really know how to phrase this correctly, where it's not like a like I have to go because I need to leave, but more like I know I'll get like the support and like the relief I need from all of these responsibilities that should and could help decrease these absences.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell?
Hi, thanks. I apologize if my comment prolongs a discussion that's already been beat to death, but I participated in those blitzes during the winter months. And at the time, the focus was the pre-K and kindergarten, because the objective was that if we could get to parents when they're still young as parents and acculturate the parents to the idea that their kids should be in school no matter what. And sadly, not a lot of people answered their door, perhaps because they had already moved out of the district and just didn't notify us. But one parent in particular, she claimed she thought the schools were closed because of the snow. So we had to actually, educate her about, checking the news and the websites to determine whether the school had been announced to be closed. I mean, it's just a case of, a lot of times it's just a case of building that sense of commitment with the family that school's more important than whether there's snow on the ground, or school's more important than whether the family's going to go out of town to be with other relatives or something on a school during school weeks. I don't know that we were all that successful at that, because, and the main issue with the blitzes was how many people actually opened the doors to the people who were knocking on those doors. That was the big drawback. It's very time intensive, but the returns on that investment were very low, not because we weren't trying to do reach out, but because a lot of times people weren't opening their doors to us.
Yeah, and I would go back and say a lot of that has to do with relationship building. And when staff at the school or central office with our attendance homeschool assistants were building relationships with parents over a long period of time, that's when we start to see more buy-in and trust from the community. And, knocking on the door, a quick hello doesn't necessarily inspire, confidence in us through the community.
So I'm going to have Commissioner Adams to be the last person to ask a question. We're behind time and we're going to try to play catch up. So Commissioner Adams.
So I just wanted to say that we're going to have a presentation tonight that affects absenteeism. It's the secondary course catalog presentation. Mm-hmm. Students wanting to come to school. We need to find a way to make them thirsty for that. And absolutely, I think this course catalog thing, I was going over there, some of this stuff I had no idea that the district even had, was offering these things. Yeah. And then I've come to find out through students that for different reasons, they can't access it. Some stuff freshmen can't access because you have to earn this. Other stuff, there wasn't enough people registering. I think we got to be creative and come up with a new ideal. For one of the students that I talked to, one had wanted to do public speaking, but there wasn't enough people registered for that. And that person in her school. Since we're doing virtual, it seems like there should be some kind of way we can stretch this across the district and have enough people registering. I don't know. We have to be creative and find a way, man, to make this enticing to students for them to be here. The curriculum has to, we got to do something. And I'm done.
Thank you. This has been a rich conversation. I'm sure we can go on and on in this because we got to get this right. But we got to, I believe, offer have some attractive offerings, as Commissioner Adams and Dr. Jallo talked about as well. So Betsy, thank you so very much. Sorry to put you on the spot, so to speak, but we got to get this thing right. We got to get our kids back into the classroom. So thank you so very much. And
Thank
we
you.
look forward to hearing from you next month.
night.
So the next agenda, the next item on the agenda is our special education, specially designed instruction, and that will be presented by Amy Tata, if I've said that correctly.
Yes, you have.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, Commissioners, Superintendent Myers-Small, families and students, community members, and staff. I want to thank you for this opportunity to present to you on the topic tonight of specially designed instruction. So to start the conversation, wanted to bring up some pieces that are found in our state and federal regulation. When we talk about specially designed instruction, it's a practice that we know must be in place for our students with disabilities. And both state and federal regulations discuss that. Specifically for New York State, the New York State Education Department has designed for all of the school districts in our state a blueprint for improved results for students with disabilities. And in that blueprint, it's essentially a framework for students with disabilities for improved results, for improved instruction. And there's 7 core principles in that framework. One of those core principles, and the one that we're going to speak about tonight, is specially designed instruction. So essentially here on this slide, it captures where in the Part 200 regulations of the Commissioner of Education, where it outlines how specially designed instruction is defined. But essentially SDI, as we call it in our Department of Special Education, when we do some of our acronyms that we always do in special ed, SDI, or specially designed instruction, is really what our teachers do, our special education teachers, to allow students with disabilities to have access and actually make progress in the general education curriculum. So access to those grade level content standards of the grade in which they are receiving instruction. So tonight, I'm going to walk through just a few components of specially designed instruction, and then I'll also speak to you a little bit about what we've been doing as a district to support our special education teachers with the implementation district-wide. Okay, so what is specially designed instruction? It really is what we need to do for our students with disabilities to help them achieve the grade level standards. And it really applies to all students with disabilities. And it is what we do as a special educator to adapt the content, the methodology, and the delivery of our instruction. So it's taking our standards that we know that are grade level specific and really adapting them. And notice I say adapting, not modifying or changing or using a lower grade level standard. Really, what can you do with that grade level standard to change the content, methodology, and delivery of that instruction to the students with disabilities that you are servicing? So a couple quick things to note on it. It is really specific to the child's disability. When you're looking at SDI, it's individual based on their IEP. So it's identified throughout their IEP and their present levels of performance, what their accommodations are, what their goals are that they are trying to achieve in that year. It's a set of strategies, and it should be really applied across all environment and settings in the school building. We know specially designed instruction to be much more than just that tier 1 good first teaching that we see in our classrooms, and really above differentiation as well, because it is based on the student's disability and their specific needs. So as we are moving into this piece of our phases of reopening, and we're talking about simultaneous instruction. Specially designed instruction is a component of simultaneous instruction, and we'll talk a little bit more in later slides about how we're supporting our content area directors when they're planning those simultaneous instruction PDs. This visual is kind of just a representation of how we are providing access to students with disabilities. In the middle of this diagram, it talks about least restrictive environment. Least restrictive environment is another term that we hear a lot in the area of special education, also found in state and federal regulations. Essentially, our least restrictive environment is the extent to which a student with disabilities is provided with programs and services in a setting with non-disabled peers. So we always want our children, as much as possible, to be as close as to general education as it is determined by the CSC. So here in our CSD, we have a continuum of services, and those are identified by those bubbles inside the LRE in the middle. We do have, which range from related services through integrated co-teaching, consultant teacher, resource room, and also our special class option. So those are the continuum services is a way to think about how we deliver our specially designed instruction through what service delivery model in our LRE. And then once we have determined that LRE for the child, what the special education teacher does on the left with adapting the content, the instruction delivery, and the methodology. So I just wanted to kind of give a little bit of an example here before we go to the next slide about what this might look like if we are talking about a specific student with a disability. For example, a child with a learning disability who has some needs in the area of reading, whether it be reading comprehension or reading decoding skills, a way that we might specially design the instruction for that child. We know that in our current literacy program, in my view, we have those anchor texts that are for all students in that grade level to access, and our students with disabilities need access to that same grade level reading material. But it's what the teacher does to deliver that content in a way that is meaningful to the student based on their needs. So it might be a graphic organizer where they are breaking down the characters in the text, or watching a video after to accompany that text, maybe with some pictures. So it's the pieces that are scaffolded and instructed, designed by the special ed teacher, given what the curriculum and content is at the grade level. Next slide, please. This next shift that I wanted to focus on is where we are really at as a district. Specially designed instruction has been a significant focus for the Department of Special Education really over the last 3 years. It has been a component of all of our strategic action plans that we have written and submitted to New York State Education Department, working with the Office of Special Education there to implement activities and professional development for our teachers, specifically in the area of specially designed instruction. We also know that we must, and we are tasked with improving the proficiency in the areas of ELA and math for students with disabilities, grades 3 through 8, and that's identified in the consent decree, as well as really improving our graduation rate for students with disabilities. So specially designed instruction is a tool that will help us to get there. And obviously we talked about it being in the regulations. So there's some things that we've been doing to help us with this lift. We know that we need to continue our partnership that we currently have with the NYSID Regional Partnership Center. They have specialists in the area of specially designed instruction and literacy that we have been collaborating with to get some training for our staff so that we can provide the modules of specially designed instruction in content areas. And this year we've done some more work with that. I'll show you that on the next slide. Really where we've come in the last 3 years is identifying where we're at district-wide by doing an internal needs assessment of where we are, looking at our NWA data for our students with disabilities across schools to see what some of our needs are, and then designing the PD that we know needs to be in place and ongoing, and some coaching cycles that can go with that. So this is exciting for us that we are going to be able to continue to collaborate with the Regional Partnership Center. We actually had a meeting this afternoon in collaboration with the ELA department. We are building a literacy cohort with the ELA director and some folks from the Regional Partnership Center and our district teachers so that we can integrate the practices that we're talking about for our students with disabilities. And next slide, please. This is just a timeline of where we've been recently that we've offered. Like I said, we've offered things over the last few years on the topic of specially designed instruction because it needs to be something that's ongoing. But these are some of the things that our teachers and our administrators in the district have received over the course of the last year or so. So we did some e-learning courses because we knew we had our teachers virtually last spring. And these are some pieces we know we need our required PD for our special ed staff through the consent decree. So some of these things we've been able to offer and implement, which support that. Also did some things on co-teaching. And then, like I said in the beginning of the presentation, when we did the simultaneous instruction, professional development by content area, each content area director had someone from the Department of Special Education integrate into their presentation and talk on the topic of specially designed instruction as it relates to that content area. We have some PDs that are coming up, looking at the MyView literacy program in SDI, and then 6 through 12 SDI as well. So that is the end of the presentation. If anybody has any questions.
You're muted, Vice President Elliott, if you were talking.
I was. I do see a hand. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I just have a question around this. So I remember when I worked in the district, I worked in special education, and I literally worked in a classroom where there were students who couldn't even hold a pen, but they were required to have access to the curriculum and have teachers teach that curriculum, and then also take the state test. And I never understood that. And we would have to like educate parents around, essentially parents would have to opt out. And I'm just wondering how that would relate these changes into, again, pushing for access in special education when we have a wide variety of students that fall under special education. And I had students who were mute and didn't speak or didn't understand English, and also were still required to test and be a part of the curriculum. So just trying to understand where we're at from that time till now with this new changes in the regulation.
So that's actually a really good question. We do have some students in our district who currently are identified as students who are alternatively assessed. So we do have a small percentage of our students, it's about 2%, that are not, they do not need to participate in state assessments, and they are on an alternative track. But for the great majority of our students with disabilities, our aim for them is that Regents diploma. But we do know that there's students who maybe have multiple disabilities and intellectual disabilities combined that might be in that situation that you're talking about. And we have programming designed for them to meet their needs. So, and just on the topic of being alternatively assessed, you're right. We still need to provide that core instruction that's the grade level standards, but it's really how do we scaffold it for that child, knowing that they might be alternatively assessed, but we still want to be able to provide them with those rich learning experiences, but they aren't going to be assessed on it. And so we do have students who are in that category, but now that we have as a state so many different pathway options for graduation for students with disabilities, we want to really rise that bar and hold up to that Regents diploma for achievement. And then also taking into consideration those students who do have those more intensive learning needs.
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Amy, thank you very much. I don't see any other hands raised. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. So the next presentation is regarding receivership, a quarterly report, and that'll be done by Dan Hurley. Dan, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners, Vice President Elliott, President White. I'm Dan Hurley, representing the Office of Innovation, and tonight I'd like to orient you a little bit to the process of receivership, share some of the levers for improvement that our receivership schools engage in, and answer any questions you may have. Next slide, please, Rahima. So all the work of the receivership schools is aligned to the strategic plan. Each of our receivership schools has metrics that are aligned completely with each of these priorities. So they are they have a laser-like focus really on all of these priorities, and they are monitoring their progress in each of these areas throughout the year and reporting to NYSED on all of these. So just a little history of receivership. The next few slides, I'd like to just kind of talk about how schools are placed into receivership and the path that they have to follow to exit receivership. So in 2015, receivership regulations were put into place to provide attention and support to schools that had been repeatedly identified as low performing under the state's former accountability system. And in 2018, when New York started their ESA accountability system, schools were then identified as receivership based on where they fell in the old accountability system and how they calculated when the state did new ESA calculations on all the ESA indicators. So at this time in 2018-19, we had several of our cohort 1 schools that were identified in 2015 exit receivership, and we had some new schools, cohort 2 schools, that were identified for receivership. So one of the, could you go back for a second, please, Rahima? Thanks. Just one of the difficulties that our cohort 2 schools have had since being identified as receivership is that there hasn't been determinations made. So in 18-19, the schools were presented with information from the state regarding their progress, but it wasn't official. It didn't count towards their progress out of receivership. And then in 2019-20, these cohort 2 schools, testing was canceled, so NYSED was unable to make any progress determinations. And the goals from 19-20 were just rolled over to the 2021 school year. So currently, there's a waiver pending with New York State applying to the federal government for a waiver around accountability status and testing for this year. So we're kind of in a holding pattern there. And as of now, the next opportunity for any of our receivership schools to exit receivership is June 2023. So this slide here is a kind of our receivership portfolio in the RCSD as far as the schools that we have in receivership. So we have 4 schools that remain in receivership from cohort 1 and 8 schools that were identified in 2019. So exiting receivership. Our receivership schools closely monitor several metrics called demonstrable improvement indicators. These indicators are broken down into level 1 and level 2 indicators. Level 1 indicators were provided by the state, and those indicators often measure achievement outcomes that the school repeatedly struggled to improve. Level 2 indicators, those were chosen by the schools in collaboration with their community engagement team, the school leadership team, and district representatives. And the level 2 indicators often measure achievement outcomes for specific subgroups of students. And they also measure strategies like implementation of the community school model or family and community engagement. Together, the level 1 and level 2 indicators are worth 100 points, 50 points for level 1, 50 for level 2. And at the end of each year, for a determination that a school is making demonstrable improvement or progress, they have to earn 67 of those 100 points. If a school falls below 40 points, they are determined to not make progress. But that kind of window between 40 and 67 points, that's when the commissioner steps in and makes a determination on the school's progress. And I want to, one important note is that making this improvement doesn't determine whether a school is removed from receivership. This is a way to measure along the way and provide the school targeted metrics that they can measure. So number 2 on this slide is important because receivership schools do have other opportunities to demonstrate that they're making progress. The NYSED Office of Innovation and School Reform provides at minimum 4 touch points with all the receivership schools throughout the year. These touch points come in form of school visits, mid-year reports, and meetings as necessary to provide feedback on the reports and on the visits, or if they have questions or if they have support to offer via different departments in the New York State Department of Education. So these touch points are really important because as we meet with those people from NYSED, they can identify how this school is progressing. And if a school falls in that 40 to 67 range where the commissioner needs to make a determination, those visits and those reports and those touch points really provide qualitative data to inform the commissioner. And then finally, for all schools, the ESA indicators, NISA measures those annually, and they measure schools' progress annually, but the accountability status determinations like CSI, TSI, good standing, that happens every 3 years. And to exit receivership, a school needs to fall not in CSI status. So they need to be identified as TSI or good standing when those determinations are made. And like I said, the next scheduled time for that currently is they're going to do those calculations in the fall of 2022, which would mean a school could exit receivership if they do not fall into that CSI status in 2023. So although the state testing for this year is up in the air and we don't have data from last year, our schools do have several ways that they monitor their progress. So we talked a little bit about those NISA visits, and they provide feedback, mid-year and end-of-year reports. Those are opportunities for the school to monitor specifically those metrics that they have. All of our schools participate in our K-8 schools, administer the NWA benchmark assessments 3 times a year. They analyze that data and always are breaking it down. Schools always administer the district developed common formative assessments. Teachers create formative assessments. We have our attendance teams, which I know we talked a lot about attendance earlier in the night. And I have to say that the receivership attendance teams are robust. They are working hard. They have a process and a strategy for how they're looking at data and making decisions about supporting students. And then, of course, our community engagement teams are always meeting to review the academic and social emotional plans of the school and making recommendations for adjustments. So as a district, we have identified several levers for improvement in all of our receivership schools. All of our receivership schools are implementing the community school model. I know that one of our innovation rock stars, Kelly Briggs, shared some of that amazing work recently with you. And I want to say that this community school model, Anaya's comments earlier about having a pull factor for students as far as attendance, but more than that pull factor, I think the community school model is helpful for that pull factor to pull students and families into the work of the school. The data-wise school improvement process is a district-wide initiative, but our receivership schools do receive coaching throughout their data-wise cycles and professional development from coaches that are from the Harvard Graduate School of Education. Individualized support for students. So I spoke earlier about formative assessments, the NWA benchmark assessments. We have at our receivership schools, they are very consistent in the way that they're looking at data, identifying what supports individual students need, and providing those supports so that they can make those metrics that the state has provided. We have a receivership professional learning community. All receivership principals attend. We share best practices, review data, and work on technical support to meet the requirements of receivership. Again, the attendance teams, targeted professional learning plans. So having these metrics, schools are able to really focus their efforts and their professional learning around those demonstrable improvement indicators and create a professional learning plan that helps them meet those targets. We have intensive building leader support. School chiefs meet with the principals weekly. We also have school support partners provided by NICED that meet with their principals for 3 hours each month. And finally, when grant funding opportunities become available, these schools usually receive the first look to identify if that grant could support any of the school's needs. Next slide. And so for the rest of the school year, this is kind of the timeline for receivership. We just finished January, we just finished mid-year reports and all of the visits from OISR. And those are all posted on the website. I would definitely recommend that people access those on the innovation page of the website. Gives you a really deeper look at the data and the strategies that our individual schools are utilizing. And then, so for the rest of the year, we have another visit scheduled with OISR. And then finally, at the end of the year, we have a continuation plan, an end of the year report, and kind of a lead into how we're adjusting those plans based on what we learned this school year into next year. So with that, I just want to acknowledge my my rockstar team in the Department of Innovation, Kelly Briggs, Kelly Bauman, Danielle DiCataldo, and Tina DiNicola. They are creative and they are hardworking, and we're really working towards getting these schools out of receivership.
Thank you, Dan. So Dan, the schools that were on that slide, those are the total number of schools that are in receivership?
Yes, 12 schools total, including East, Upper, and Lower. Yes, total
Okay.
for the district.
And we've had some schools to be removed from receivership as
Yes.
well. Yes.
Yeah, so we've had some movement. We had school 3, 8, 9, 17, 45. We're all removed from receivership. We know that we moved school 41 to Rise Community School. So we had some movement there. And then we have at the Franklin campus, we had IIT and Vanguard who were in receivership and currently are not after that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Malloy, you have a question for Dan?
Yeah, more comment or just I'm wondering if we can just have access to more data as commissioners. And first and foremost too, thank you for your great presentation, Dan, and all the work that your department continues to do. Yeah, I just wanted to know if we could get some similar data. You had mentioned community schools and the community school model leading to some positive outcomes in terms of receivership. And so I just would like maybe more data surrounding that and more information about how that might relate to neighborhood-based schools as well, if I could maybe get some data. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I feel like this is a good starting point, and then we can follow up with more data as we go.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, thank you. I ended up taking a picture, although I do have a copy of the presentation, Dan, and I want to thank you for it. So there's just a couple of levers of improvement that are mentioned here. First and foremost, pre-COVID, we used to have the board leadership meetings, and so we did have an opportunity to go into schools with the vice president and president, and then the board member for the school. I'm going to request that we restart those even virtually, since schools are now back open in this hybrid model. The leadership, I know, has continued to meet, but without focusing on a school to get a lot of data points that are addressed at those meetings. We used to have like a report card that they would present. I just want to highlight though, right, like the community school model, I'm a big fan of. I personally believe all of our schools should be a community school model, given the state of Rochester as a city, not just the state of our schools, but the city that we're living in and the struggles that we have around poverty, that we should be all working together as a community and in this community school model. But I really like the data-wise school improvement process, the individualized supports for students based on formative assessments, receivership, professional learning communities. I do want to highlight that I have heard from administrators at those leadership meetings that there were things that they learned in those PDs that they had never learned before as an administrator. There was an administrator that said, I didn't even know how I was being categorized by the state on certain things that were happening in my district. And I know that there's, you know, a former superintendent ended up taking that and saying the chiefs are going to do the training, but I would love to see this type of concentrated strategic effort being done across all of our schools. We just spent some time having conversations about the attendance piece. And for me, and even the staffing came up when we need more staff. We've had more staff, we haven't had the outcomes. We've had less staff, we're not getting the outcomes. And so something obviously is missing. The attendance teams, you know, the way that I've had some of my schools, again, when we were in leadership, explain how the teams came out and presented, that is the concentrated effort of identifying staff internally in the building to say whose classes, whose kids, and we have that relationship. Let me reach out to the families and see what's going on, and then identifying some of those issues. And because they're a community school, they have community partners that they can easily access and say, I have this family, they need housing, they need assistance with SNAP, they need this, and getting those things addressed with that model and that relationship. Because it's not just relationship with our families, it's the relationships with our community partners and our community agencies. Targeted professional learning, intensive building leader support, and prioritizing access to grant funding. All things I would love, again, to see across all schools, because my biggest concern right now in how we support community schools, because they're under receivership, is that once that money is gone and they are out of receivership status, that some of those supports that are there and with a strategic plan implemented, that those supports are then yanked from them. And then they're left with all of these things that they've built, but not properly structured and funded the way it needs to continue with fidelity. So that's my biggest concern. And I just want to put it out there that I would love to figure out a way to strategize so that this is the model across all of our schools and systems. And that's just something to think about. And, you know, I would absolutely support neighborhood schools. I do think we would also have to address the 1.5 miles with transportation at the state level and here too. You know, I would love for some kids to walk to school, but I'm not supporting kids walking 1.5 miles in snowstorms with chronic health conditions and all those other things. And so I want to be realistic about that. But if we can figure that out and like really focus on how to strategize that across all of our schools with the infrastructure that you and your team and Kelly have already built with these 10 schools or 12 schools that you're working out of now and previous schools that you've gotten out of receivership, I think it's worth for this board and the superintendent administration to explore in the future. And in the future, I mean, like, let's start having conversations about it after this budget cycle.
Yeah, I think, so we do have some examples of, you know, community schools. Shout out to Kelly Briggs and the work that she's doing and her predecessors. And we do have examples of some of our schools. We have 20 community schools, and 12 of those are receivership schools. So we do have some that have demonstrated some anchors of sustainability that we need to look at to replicate throughout the district. So I agree with you there.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. President White.
Yes. Sorry about this, trying to get my phone to stand up straight. First of all, I want to just note that COVID, obviously, as you all know, has been tragic in so many ways. And one of the ways in which it has really hurt this district, sort of took the wind out of our sails, is some of you may recall that we were really on a roll when we were reducing the number of schools in receivership. And I think that has been referenced 3, 8, 17, and the schools that Mr. Hurley represented. I also want to hold up, and we did this once as a board, we not only had all those schools, again, this was pre-COVID, because as Mr. Hurley has indicated, the lack of testing to monitor whether the schools continue to grow out has stopped us from proving that some of these schools were moving in the right direction. And I think there's probably more than a couple that might have come out had we been able to continue to test. That's one of the major tragedies of COVID. But I want to hold up number 9 school, because they did more than that. They were one, I think, Mr. Hurley, you might correct me, but I think they were one of only 2 schools that went from receivership status, I think it might have been priority status, to good standing in the state. And Principal Jackson and her staff there, and the parents and students, of course, really ought to be held up for that. And then finally, on a personal note, when we were talking earlier on, I don't know if you noticed, Mr. Hurley, about creating those kinds of programs that would attract students to our schools. Just on a personal note, you know someone, Mr. Hurley, who was responsible for one of those marvelous programs that we had. And it's really sad I don't think it exists anymore. Another gentleman by the last name of Hurley had a law, basically magnet program. I think originally it was at Marshall, and then it ended up at Douglas. And I don't think we have anymore. If folks go over to the Douglas campus, you'll see there's a wonderful courtroom set up that this other Mr. Hurley headed. And it's, folks talk about let's try to get things that attract students. And I certainly don't disagree with that approach. That was one example, again, of something that we had going on that attracted students, and we cut it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Jallow?
Yes, thanks, Dan, for the presentation. Dan and I have sat in on many of those meetings with SED when they visit the schools and the classrooms. And so I think it's important for the board to have access to information regarding the feedback from the state that the state gives about the schools. So you have an understanding of how the state is assessing and looking at your schools and what they're saying about your schools. I think you don't have to have the exact detail, but at least an aggregate of that information is coming back. I think it'll be very eye-opening to you to see that information. And also, I think that you should also have data in these presentations. What does chronic absenteeism look like in these schools? What does math performance look like in these schools? These schools are named for math, for language arts, for special ed, for ENL. Where's the data? So you have an idea of, in addition to other things, where's the data so that you have an understanding of where these schools are. Many of them are improving, and you should see that. Some of them are struggling. You should see that too. I would also add that in some way, shape, or form, you should have an understanding as a board as to the funding, the additional funding associated with these schools, and how this money, it's a considerable amount of money, how this money is being used to support these schools. I think it's important as a board for you to have an understanding around that, the extra positions, the funding, the extra programming, et cetera, associated with these schools, so that you have an understanding of how things are going and how the district is managing and supporting efforts in these schools.
Thank you, Dr. Jallow. President White?
Yeah, I forgot to mention that I wanted to hold up what Commissioner LeBron said, and in fact, was sort of fleshed out a bit in terms of what Dr. Jallow said. Before Dr. Jallow was here and before Leslie was here, Vice President Elliott, for quite some time, as Commissioner LeBron had indicated, we've been traveling to schools, and all that detailed information that Dr. Jallow is talking about, the board receiving, we would get those in what we would call finish line reports. And that all happened before Dr. Myers and you got here, Dr. Jallow, and they were really insightful. All that information you're talking about, we looked at chronic suspensions, chronic absenteeism, ELA scores, math scores, progress, a whole variety of issues, measurements of indicia of success or failure. And it really provided for insightful, intimate conversations with the leadership teams of each of those schools. And in fact, just to update you all, Commissioner Powell and I were talking just hours before the meeting, and we were having a conversation about officers meetings versus leadership meetings. And again, some of you weren't around when we were doing those leadership for years. And I will send you, Dr. Jallow, and I don't know if you've seen it, Dr. Myers, but I would send you the finish line reports, very detailed. And those forms, those detailed key measures of success that we would go over formed the basis of our conversations with principals about what they were doing and what they were not doing. And so, again, Commissioner Powell and I were talking this afternoon, and to rest assured, Commissioner LeBron, one of the points that we talked about is that the officers meetings don't get to that kind of intimate school-based conversation. And it is my intention to restore those as soon as we get back to some level of normalcy where our schools are back in session, whether it's hybrid or not. But yes, rest assured, we will go back to that format.
Thank you, President White. Dan, thank you so very much for the information. I think, Rahima, you may have noticed some of the things that Dr. Jallow had mentioned so that we could follow up, and particularly the information with regard to the response from the state. We need to get that information. So Rahima, if you could follow up with Dan on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much, Dan. for your presentation. So the next item and the last item for the ESA committee is the presentation for the secondary course catalog, and that will be presented by Dr. Kathleen Black. Dr. Black?
Good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, commissioners, RCSD staff, community members, parents, everyone who's on. I am bringing up the rear with our conversation around our RCSD course selection update and catalog. I want to name that, commissioners, you have the actual catalog as a soft document in your email that is available to you to write running comments and edits as you are reviewing bylines. Next slide, please. So as all of our work is aligned to our strategic plan, this is our priority slide. This work around course selection is really tied to our work around providing high quality learning experiences. Next slide, please. And you'll notice in that alignment that we are working to establish a uniform and clear and transparent procedure for our curricular development and implementation, and we're working to use data to do so. This work is also in alignment with our state monitor academic plan recommendation, which asks us to really look at and create a course of study that includes updates of our policies for curriculum and instruction. Next slide, please. So the current status of the course selection guide and process. Typically, our course selection guide is updated on an annual basis. This year, we were able to update and add one additional accelerated course for CTE at a middle school level. Upon reviewing this document, we realized that a cursory update and significant update has not been done in about 5 years. And so the core content directors in the Division of Teaching and Learning are really pouring through the current course selection guide to look at our past, our offerings, to determine our alignment to our new state standards and our graduation expectations. This work around looking at our course selection guide and process is aligned to our current curricular development work that we are also undertaking. Next slide. So here are the things that we have to do in order to update our course catalog, selection, and process. So one of the things that we found around reviewing the guide is that we in the district list a lot of courses that we've previously offered, and we have a lot of courses that we are currently offering that are not listed. So one of the things that we have to do is create some alignment between our document and our actual offerings to children. In order for us to facilitate that, we have to do some data review. And so there's a lot of data out there around how students are accessing available courses, whether they're listed or not. And we need to look at that data against the achievement. So how are they doing by cohort, by grade level, by school, and by discipline. So inside the course selection catalog, you're going to find all of the offerings around our core content and our essentials. And we need to cross-reference those offerings with the data we have available to us. One highlight that really jumped out is we need to look at our world language offerings to align with our current district capacity. And so if you're in the course selection guide, you see that we say we offer French, Spanish, English, French, Spanish, American Sign Language, Chinese. And we need to make sure that we align what we offer to what we actually list and we offer. Around equity and access, we have to review our course of study for our essential concentrations and specialized tracks. Additionally, we have to, again, look at data. When I say around looking at data, and it's listed twice here purposely, around equity and access. What are we offering across schools to some students versus what are we offering to other students? Finally, we have to look at our trajectory around honors courses, advanced placement, IB, Montessori, and really look at and determine the feasibility of offering new courses around student interest, our staffing, our achievement, and potential. Next slide, please. Oh, here we are. So in order for us to do all of that work around updating the guide, we have to look at our previous data around interest surveys that have been already given to students and potentially survey new students across the district to figure out what they actually want to have of interest to them. So that refers directly to what we heard from our student rep and other members around providing opportunities for students to have access to rigorous coursework that they actually want to take. We also are looking at working with our one high school that is involved in the NYSED State Redesign Initiative to think about and articulate the programming that we need to have happening in one high school or two high schools that will overhaul what we're actually doing for students. Additionally, we are researching successful high school redesign models for potential pilots of programs under coursework for the 22-23 school year. And finally, and this is work in concert with Ms. Crystal Clark and her team, we are reviewing and revising our policies and procedures that cause tracking for all of our students. And so we recognize that as we update the tool that students and teachers and counselors use to design courses, we have to also concurrently build the capacity of our adults to think about how we design course trajectories and schedules for kids that make them want to be at school and be successful. Next slide. So here are the things that our team is looking at, and I'm going to ask you all to really think about as you give us feedback on how we design and update our course selection guide and process, which is what are our additional pathways or programs that we want to see within the district. Is it a course? Is it one course? Is it a series of courses? Is it a program? Is it a certificate? What do we want to actually have happen for kids? How do we expand successful models? So we have a lot of programming across schools that is working for a small subset of kids. How do we do that effectively? Again, what type of supports do we offer at the early secondary grades? And so we know that high school starts at grade 9 typically, but planning for career and college access and success starts as early as pre-K and then really starts in terms of programming at 6th grade. And so if we want to set kids up to access rigorous courses in their 11th and 12th grade year, what do we provide them with? How do we set them up at 6 and 7 in order for them to then 5 or 6 years later forecast and be successful in our advanced placement or additional offerings? Again, what capacity building? So yes, thank you. So what capacity building? So again, in terms of our partnership with the school counselors and those who support students to access rigorous coursework, we have to build capacity for everyone to understand what kids have to experience in classrooms with coursework, what coursework they have to offer, and then how do we program for that over a course of a couple of years so kids have an outlook about what they're trying to attend to and opt into programs and experiences that will, again, make them want to be in school to maybe impact their chronic absenteeism rate. And finally, what capacity building experiences do we have to improve on and engage in to look at instructional outcomes? And so as we think about just not offering a course, when we build a course, when we say we're putting a course into a guide, how do we build a syllabus and an instructional set of expectations that teachers adhere to and students experience so that we're just not having the course in the book, the course is living out and making kids successful. So those are the questions that we want you all to think about as you're giving us feedback on the course selection guide in tandem with our core content directors who are reviewing alignment and making course selection updates. And so I'll pause there.
Thank you, Dr. Black. First of all, I want to ask Anaya if she was listening to the presentation to provide her input into this as a student. Anaya, would you be willing to do that?
Yes, I would. I think my comments are just that to think about the pathways and programs that we do want to create for the students in the district. I think we'll see a lot of responses that are for creating next step, such as capstone ones, talking about financial literacy, talking about how to, just interact with the world after high school without guidance, and culturally responsiveness. And again, I really stress this because I do feel like, creating programs that students would like to see and that students get to pick from instead of just having it mandated to them, like this is what you need to take in order to graduate. Providing that freedom for them to choose and have a great variety of selections that they are interested in would really help with the absences that we were talking about, and just that motivational factor to pull students back in. I think a lot of schools do really need to work on that. I think just even with the courses that are offered, they're only offered for select grades. I think, again, like what you were saying with offering these in middle schools, really needs to start being communicated better throughout schools, so that students know that they will have this freedom, that they do have this freedom now, even to really just get the mindset about school changed.
Thank you, Anaya. Appreciate your input. Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you, Vice President. I have several questions, but I don't want to monopolize everyone's time. So I'll ask one now, and then I'll raise my hand again later to ask the other one.
And let me just say, we're sort of behind. Are there some of those questions that we can put in the question log, Commissioner Malloy?
Well, given my background as an educator, I think that it might serve the public to them.
All right.
But I'll try to make it
very
fast.
good.
I noticed in the course catalog just the description of the homework or the grading policies for the district. And so at first I was wondering if the district had considered policies related to formative versus summative assessments. And I see that that is addressed right in the handbook. And so I noticed that for formative assessment, which, for those not familiar, formative assessment would be things like homework completion, whereas summative assessment would be the types of assessments that we do at the end of a unit. It could be term papers, and that's well described. But I noticed the percentages were 10% for formative assessment and then 90% for summative assessment. And I think my question is, how did we get to those percentages? I know that, districts all over the US are grappling with these types of things right now. And, some districts have a 40-60 split. Some say no more than 20% versus an 80%. So I guess my question is, how did we get to those numbers? Thank you.
Yep. So I can respond. So I can't speak to how we arrived at those numbers. What I can share is that a lot of work is being looked at around how we align our grading policies to our outcomes and standards. And so in order for us to align grading policies, we have to make sure that our curriculum and our offerings are updated and aligned. And then we can retroactively go back to our grading policies. There has been some guidance provided and some conversations that are starting around what we need to look at differently around assessment overall. And so there's places where project-based learning, or there are places where experientials have to come up, and those are not considered currently, but it doesn't mean they can't be considered in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, and I was just wondering if those percentages might change, because I think when we're looking at things like absenteeism or things that I think student engagement, just as Anaya was pointing out, plays a huge role. And so if kids see the value in an assignment that they're doing, they're more likely to complete that assignment and stick with it. We don't want to see school avoidance because they're getting a lot of busy work or something that they don't see a great deal of value in. So, when there's so many homework assignments, for instance, in a classroom, they sometimes students don't see where that's going. And if it's only worth 10% of their grade, yet it's taking up 90% of their time outside of the classroom, a lot of times kids will lose interest and they become disengaged. So anyway, those were just my thoughts on that. So
thank you.
That was just my first question. Vice President, do you want me to wait to ask the others? Oh, you're on mute.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wondered if we have any summer school enrichment opportunities for some of our students who perhaps their schedules are full and can't take something during the school year just because they're in a lot of different courses. Will we allow kids to take a participation in government or economics, which are usually senior level courses, to save on, to allow them to take other electives their senior year instead?
So summer school planning is currently underway, and a lot of different variables are being explored to make sure that we offer both remediation, intervention, and acceleration opportunities for our kids. One of the things that is named in some of the pathways is figuring out what we can offer on a shorter basis so that kids have open places in their schedule to access more robust courses. So we'll be coming back to you with updates around those types of things, just because we recognize that as we add more courses and we shore up our curriculum around standards, we want to make sure that as many kids have access to our robust offerings as possible.
Fantastic. I was so pleased to see so many AP offerings, at least for our students, like AP Psychology has online courses, because I know it's really hard to staff and offer those types of things at every single high school. So the more online course offerings in terms of AP classes, the better. So kudos on that. That's great. I know my daughter's going to be taking advantage of that next year. My final question tonight is just in terms of, I was looking through at some of the foreign language offerings just in the district, and I saw the courses, there was an online Mandarin course and there's ASL course, but some of our other offerings, I noticed some of our schools offer French, but the majority of our foreign language learners, well, we see a lot of Spanish offered, which is, highly relevant, and we need to offer that. I just wanted to say that, 21 years ago when I started my educational career, I started out as a French teacher. Well, actually, I was an ESL teacher overseas, but or what we now call ENL. But I was a French teacher, and I started out at East High School, where they used to have an AP French program. But I'm seeing fewer and fewer over the last, 20 odd years of living in the city. I've watched as those foreign language opportunities have really decreased across the district. And so I guess I'm just wondering, has there been any talk around offering other languages as well, offering Swahili, offering more Romance languages, if that's a possibility, and can it be online courses? Because I know we can't possibly staff that at every high school. Thank you.
So, yep. So there is conversation about expanding our language offerings. We currently do offer some sections of Swahili, but what we recognize in terms of your staffing reference is that some programs are hard to staff and therefore hard to sustain. However, if we think about what we offer to kids at 6 and 7 and expose them to, there are lots of opportunities to build programs and build them out so that we have a cursory group of kids who can access both in person and online, should we develop the interest. So we are looking at lots of ways to add, again, more robust courses, including additional world languages into our course selection guide process and ultimately what we offer to students.
And do you know which schools currently still offer French as a language? Is it just Wilson at this point?
So I'm unsure actually what school actually offers French. Our French teacher and our Swahili teacher is the same person. And so I'm unsure if they offer separate sections at different schools, if we're just still offering Swahili. And just as before we take any more questions, I'm sorry, Commissioner Elliott, there is one more slide that I'd like to just put up in the background so that folks know what our next steps are moving forward. Thank you. Are there any other questions for me?
There are, yes. Commissioner Powell?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I was hoping I could interrupt your presentation because the rest of it would have made more sense. But when you use the term course alignment, do you mean alignment to region standards, or do you mean alignment to as prerequisites to another class is taken the subsequent year? What exactly do you mean by alignment?
So there's both and. So there's a significant amount of curricular development that has to be done in order to align our current course offerings with our new next generation standards. That has not been done comprehensively in a long time. And there is some alignment around what we offer in terms of order. So if you think about course trajectory, you have to have some prerequisites courseworks in order to access some higher level courseworks. And there's alternate pathways that I think that we can explore to make sure that kids who may not be on level in a 6th or 7th grade and thereby right now couldn't access an advanced placement class, we can do some other things to make sure that we're providing the right schedule over a couple of years to have them have access to higher level courses. So it's both and.
Anything else, Commissioner Powell?
No, thank you.
All right. Madam Superintendent?
I'm going to defer to commissioners. That's okay.
All right. Dr. Jallo, you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a statement and a reminder. First, a reminder that this is in the academic plan, and this is in the academic plan for a reason. This document needs to be unpacked and rebuilt. This is one of the most important documents a district has that has the greatest impact on the future of the students in your district. And it's nice to ask the children, of course, the students, what their interests are and what they like. But at the bottom line is, what are the graduation requirements in RCSD? I don't see that anywhere. And that's where it's got to start. These are the requirements in this district. These are the pathways to meet these requirements. These are the extra things you can take. This is how you can get college credit. All that has to be placed in here in multiple languages and ways that people can access it. This is where the rubber hits the road around children and their future, and how children and their families pick courses, pick programs to determine the pathway that their children are going to use to go on to post-secondary work or to go into careers. So any effort made on this document is very, 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 very important and critical to the success of this district. And so that's why it's in the plan, and that's why if there's anything I can do to assist in this area, I'm willing to do anything in this area to help, because this is it. And this document is unsatisfactory for that effort.
Thank you, Dr. Jallo. I'd also like to add is I think we also need to connect with our business community, or to determine what are the future jobs that may be out there. What are the requirements that are necessary for those next jobs for our community? We hear often in this community that there are a lot of jobs in our community, but we don't have people who have the qualifications for those jobs. So how can we connect with the business community, the service community, to make sure that we're providing our community with the job skills that our community needs? We have not done a good job of that. And Dr. Myers-Small, I'm looking forward for us to have more of this conversation, because we've got to connect our school system to what's going on out there in the world with regard to our course offerings. I'd also say that we need to have more courses that boys would be more attracted to. So if that's engineering, is that some of those mechanical offerings, I think we need to have particularly our male students to be connected with. Anaya mentioned financial literacy, and I think that's something that our students need really bad. But I also think things, just these different kinds of course offers. One I'm thinking of that they had at Leadership Academy at one point was tourism. That whole travel industry. So those industries that are emerging industries, I think we need to begin to develop and design course offerings that are going to connect our students with those kinds of emerging opportunities that are out there. So I'll just
Commissioner Elliott, can I just interject?
Yes.
And this is why it's important to have the high school graduation requirements at the front of the book. Financial literacy is a New York State requirement. So it's not a matter of do you want to take it. You have to have it. It's a requirement. So that's why it's important to have those kind of front and center of this document for families to understand that.
And I'll just say this because we're timing here. We don't hear in the atmosphere that we've got these courses that of this of the email that we were sent. We hear about ELA and math courses, but we don't hear about those courses that I saw in that catalog. That needs to be more part of the informal conversation in addition to the formal conversation, so that in the classrooms and in the schools, people are talking about those course offerings. I just don't hear a lot about what those offerings are. And so we've got to get that more out there. But I think I see Commissioner Adams. I'll stop talking for right now. Commissioner Adams has his hand up. So Commissioner Adams.
So I just want to stress the importance of, let me put my camera on, of this document. We need to come back to this. It's 106 pages. And I've done some unpacking of this, but this ain't something we could do overnight. And as a parent, I've never seen this information. And I think this information should have been made available to me as a parent, not just as no board member. So I just want to just say, and I have a lot of questions. I'm gonna send them to the question log. I'm gonna line them up and send them to Kaya. But we need to come back to this and we need to not have anything else on the agenda that day. It's 106 pages. 106 pages. Please, let's be serious about this.
Right.
All right. That's all I.
Thank you, Superintendent Myers-Smalls. You guys still got your hand up. Did you need to ask a question?
I do. Well,
okay.
More comments. So going on what piggybacking on what Commissioner Adams said, this is really a critical document so we can make a bridge the connection between what we're doing at school and what the expectations are, with helping to make it be informative and educational, not only for students, but their families. And I was very surprised when I came to know that our course selection guide was outdated, right? This was like the backbone of the work that you do as a high school counselor and really a middle school counselor, because this work begins, you start having these conversations with your 6th and 7th graders saying, right now, here's where you are. And when you get to hear pomp and circumstance, when you get to graduate, these are the types of courses that you should take, or I note that you have an interest in mathematics. Here's the trajectory, and you could end up taking AP calculus, right? A or AB. And here's the steps that you need to take and make. And just describing the course patterns in ways that are very strength-based, and I'm not making any insinuations, but strength-based as opposed to, it's going to be really hard to take an AP course, right? Because that has a huge impact. And this is work that I certainly led previously as a director and as an assistant superintendent. And so we want to make sure, one, that it's informative, one, that it just clearly outlines what are the expectations, how many credits does it take to graduate from high school, right? What are the courses that you need to take? What are the different pathways that you can get there? So this really is a critical document. And I know that when we get to CIGR, we're going to talk about parents and the parent plan. This also has connections into working with parents, as Commissioner Adams said, because we need our parents to be involved and help uplift this information in this work. This really is the backbone when you talk about what our students need to know and be able to do as it relates to the expectations for them for college credits. This is it. Like this is our, I don't mean to be sacrilegious or offending. This is our Bible, right? That really tells us, and it's our roadmap of what to do. So the fact that we haven't had one in many, many years is certainly, it's not acceptable, right? That we haven't had this. So, certainly you have my commitment. I meet with Dr. Black regularly. We are going to bring forward, we'll continue to make some tweaks and bring forward a document that really our scholars deserve. It's critical, but lots of good work has gone in so far. We might need to, make some adjustments to make sure, but this is a critical document for us as a district that really should be just a regular part of what we do. And again, high school is really too late to start introducing our scholars to this. We should be doing this 6th grade, right? 5th and 6th grade. So I just couldn't I wanted to give other commissioners opportunities to talk, but this is a critical document. And this frankly is my wheelhouse. This is what I know how to do incredibly well.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, just to Mr. Commissioner Adams' statement, I never seen it either, Mr. Adams, for Naisha or for Gina when they were in high school and graduating. And honestly, if it wasn't for Ms. Burrows, who was here a few weeks ago, from Douglas, she was my kids' counselors and really helped guide them with like, this is what you need. But I was really lost in like, I don't know why they're taking certain classes or when they have to take them by. So I do appreciate Ms. Adams as well mentioning that we should spend way more time on this than like rushing through, because I know we're almost out of time, and having a presentation, but then not really reviewing in depth the actual document. And well, I appreciate, you know, also suggestions of languages. I would personally would want to see as a commissioner what the state requirements are and how they align with what we're presenting to parents. And then that let me down of thinking of how MCC does their academic advisement and the book that they offer for all new students, but it's always available online. And so the way that it's laid out is like, this is the degree that you're studying. These are all the credits that you need. And then as the courses are described in the book, it tells you how many credits, which degree will give you, it connects it back to all the different degrees that it qualifies you for. And I know that that's at the college level, but I really feel like that's the direction we should go, because it's also very plain language and all clearly stated and reconnected back to the degrees. And yeah, I will say the first time I even heard of a school doing a collective effort to do some education to parents was through Monroe. That was one of the strategies that they were using, was bringing in parents from 9th grade, bringing in parents in 10th grade, bringing them at 11th, and giving them the information about the pathway to graduation, where their students were at, which courses they still needed. But I would have loved to have that type of education as a parent when my two oldest were going through that process. So just want to uplift that.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. This concludes the agenda items for the ESA committee. This has been a rich discussion. Hopefully in succeeding meetings, we'll have less agenda items, because these conversations become really rich. And I'm very appreciative of these conversations. And so can I get a motion to adjourn the ESA committee meeting?
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So I'll turn it back over to President White. Thank you, Mr. President.
It goes to Ms.
Thank
Adams.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. I agree with your comments, and I think other people have made them, that and including Commissioner Adams, that maybe between our staff and the superintendent staff, we can all do a better job at sort of figuring out what the serious topics are and whether we can dedicate that amount of time that we need to. This was clearly an important document. Not that other issues weren't important, but I think the other thing is, I think there's a great temptation to try to get stuff done that's been sort of sitting on the back burner. So I would ask that the superintendent and our staff, and I'm a part of that process too, because I'm part of the agenda setting, but also our chairs really look at what's on the agenda, because we don't want anybody to think we're short shifting these important topics. So that is a good observation, Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Vice President Elliott. Now I turn the gavel over to Commissioner Adams, just noting for the record that the agenda that you approved at the beginning of this meeting were about 45 minutes behind, and we don't want to put that burden on Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Adams, the gavel is yours.
Good evening, students, parents, commissioners, and district administration. We are convening the CIGR Committee of the Whole. The purpose of the Community and Intergovernmental Relations Committee is twofold. One, to increase public awareness of the Board of Education and the ways in which board oversight and decision-making improve student performance and achievement in the district. And two, to facilitate the board's working relationship with stakeholders to advance district interests. Stakeholders include students, parents, grandparents, and guardians, members of the Rochester community, including the business community, the RCSD staff, local, state, nationally elected officials, lobbyists, and school board organizations. Tonight, we're going to discuss Parent Leadership Advisory Council, Spring Parent and Community Forum, and the legislative agenda and strategies. But first, let me introduce the Director of Community and Parent Involvement, Khadijah Muhammad, who will share an update on PLAC, which is represents the Parent Leadership Advisory Council. Without further ado, Khadijah.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Good evening, Commissioners, Superintendent, our CSD staff, students, families, and community members. My name is Khadijah Muhammad, and I'm the Director for the Office of Parent Engagement. I'm just going to walk you through where we are today with PLAC bylaws coming before the board for review and approval. Next slide. So as with everything that we do within our Department of Office of Parent Engagement, as well as discussions with the Parent Leadership Advisory Council, our priorities are in line with the districts, with specifically collaborate and build strong communities, and creating non-traditional innovative opportunities for family engagement. In addition to the district's priorities, these specific topics for tonight also are aligned with the district academic plan, specifically Table 1, Number 4, to continue the process of increasing membership in the Parent Leadership Advisory Council, increase visibility and partnership between PLAC, district leadership, and the schools. One of the deliverables in the academic plan is for the board to approve the bylaws by March 1st. Bylaws are scheduled to be voted on in the February 25th business meeting. You all have a copy of the bylaws in order to meet that deliverable. And then the last was for the superintendent to start having regularly scheduled meetings with PLAC beginning April 1st. We started, so as far as like recruitment goes, this speaks to how we started this process with realigning the Parent Leadership Advisory Council, as well as plans for increasing membership and recruitment going forward. So we began by making calls within the Office of Parent Engagement, and also sending emails to our school-based planning team and parent group members, so PTOs, PTAs within the schools. When we first started out this process, we got the response of roughly about 75 parents that were interested in the process. To date, we have gone in numbers, and that's due to a number of reasons, but this group has stayed committed to getting through these bylaws. Originally, our past superintendent wanted this process to be done a little bit faster, but just with the respect of meeting with those parents, the commitment that it took to redo those bylaws, they finally finished the bylaws last October to be presented. We also did robocalls to all families in English and Spanish when we first began this process. This is something that is going to stay as one of the recruitment efforts. So those phone calls will be going out again personally to school-based planning teams and parent group members, as well as those robocalls going out in English and Spanish. The meeting information will be posted to the district website. The PLAC team has already started talking about creating an event, kind of a rebranding and coming out event to, display the new bylaws, the new logo that was also created in conjunction with our district's graphic designer. They also have a frequently asked questions that is going to be circulated to the schools and on social media platforms, and also asking for our parent liaisons and homeschool assistants to help with the circulation of that. So the work sessions that were involved in getting us to this point, parents were meeting in person before COVID hit. And then once COVID hit, and they were meeting bi-weekly. First it went from monthly, and then they decided that they wanted to go ahead and meet bi-weekly in order to get through the process of rebuilding the bylaws literally almost from scratch. They took the last set of approved bylaws from several years ago and put in a lot of work through Zoom from March 20th to October 20th to come up with the current bylaws. Parents provided very thoughtful and creative ideas about the structure of plaque. One thing that remained consistent is they wanted to make sure that any barriers for parent participation were removed from the previous bylaws. They continued work outside of scheduled meetings. And, you know, as we know, just being a part of committees sometimes can take a lot more work than you would anticipate. But again, just really want to give these parents their congratulations for sticking through this process and making it to this point. They learned some different skills and techniques along the way. These parents came with a host of skills themselves, but due to the pandemic, it increased the use, of course, of technology, being able to create a new social media page. Right now, they just have Facebook as they get comfortable with, you know, navigating social media and the different platforms that are out there. The Facebook page is Parent Leadership Advisory Council _plaque. They also use Google Drive to complete surveys, to vote on the bylaw articles, to house different documents that they were utilizing and any notes through that process for the work sessions. The current acting president who is here with us this evening is Mr. Kenyon Benz, and he presented to the board last month just introducing himself. The acting vice president is Shanelia Lewis, and the acting secretary currently is Rebecca Hetherington, who is also with us this evening. So the outlook for the evening, or I'm sorry, for moving forward is that elections will be held in spring. And then the current meetings are going to be every third Wednesday at 6 p.m. via Zoom. They are continuing to just work on the assessment of needs and direction of plaque. As I said, this is a new group of parents. Some of them are just entering into the district. So, you know, they're well aware of their learning curve ahead of them. But one thing remains passionate, and that's the direction and success academically, socially, emotionally of their children and all students in the district. So also discussing and working on the creation of initiatives and how they plan on moving forward is something that is also being discussed in their work sessions. So the future outlook and again, aligning to the district's priorities in reimagining parent involvement in innovative ways and moving from just contacting parents, checking that box to have parent involvement, to really truly empowering parents to be a part of the decision-making process. They spoke in length about that, and increasing the visibility and continuing those recruitment efforts. They realized that, you know, we started out with this big group and, you know, they have a Fab Five that are holding on strong. But I truly believe as this group of parents continue to get training, continue to get that support and get their feet wet and understanding of just district processes. And again, the passion that they have of seeing the students in the city school district succeed, that this will definitely pick up with membership. They're interested in engaging with community partners and bringing some of our community partners to the table to help with innovative ideas in engaging parents in meaningful, purposeful events, any type of trainings that can be offered on a district-wide level. One thing that definitely was talked about a lot is building and rebuilding those trusting relationships with the Board of Education as well as district leadership. Not talking about the past, bringing up the past, but wanting to truly move forward and see what's best for the children, answer that question with action steps. Another thing that I thought was very important and a great idea from this group of parents was quarterly meetings with other district parent group leaders. So not to take away from any of our other parent groups and their individuality, but being able to bring those leaders together so the right knows what the left is doing, and there's that collaborative work across the district and consistency across our parent groups that we have. And then again, lastly, just meaningful parent trainings, you know, from the basic things all the way up until, you know, how school-based planning team works, the role of parents on school-based planning teams, advocacy. They named a lot of trainings that they would want for themselves, as well as to be able to partner with the Office of Parent Engagement to bring to our district parents at a district level. And then lastly, as we are talking about recruitment, it's going to be something that we start with as well as end with. So any our parents, our CSD parents that are tuned in and listening tonight, if you're interested in joining PLAC, the contact information is here. They have their new email address, which is plac@rcsd121.org. The acting president again is Kenyon Benz. And that is going to be your contact person. And then as always, you can contact the Office of Parent Engagement at parentcenter@rcsdk12.org or our parent line at 585-324-9999. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Khadijah. We're gonna put an adoption. We're gonna put a resolution forward for adoption at the February business meeting in reference to this. Next up for discussion.
Oh, Mr. Adams. Yeah.
What happened?
I got my hand up.
I didn't. My bad.
That's
My
okay.
bad. I didn't see your hand on.
No, and I thought we were going to be
McBride.
actually discussing the bylaws tonight, but I saw that it was a presentation. So there are some things in the bylaws that I just have some questions around. And I do think it should be a public conversation. So I know that we're not voting on it tonight. I don't know if there's another, I know we're not meeting next week because it's winter break. And then when we come back, I think it's the finance meeting. So I'm not sure if we'll discuss, I don't know. It's up to you guys.
You can discuss it tonight, Commissioner LeBron. There's no additional opportunity apart from the business meeting.
Well, in the future, I actually don't want to box us in this way on something that's as important as bylaws, when I can tell you, I think I spent the first 2 years having lots of robust conversations about the entire setup, but I'm gonna pull them up here on my other screen. I just wanted to understand how many parents were involved in this actual reconstructing piece. Because I saw that there was Google, I think it said Google Drive was used for voting on the bylaws. But I also know that not all of our parents have access to Google Drive. So just wanting to understand how many parents were involved in that process. Do you want me to give you all the questions at once, or you want me to give them one by one?
One by one. Let me try to keep up. So just to answer that, as far as the bylaws went, there was a group of about 7 consistent parents that were in the room at the time that they were voting on the bylaws. Again, we started out with about 75 that were interested, 35 that came. And as we went along, the numbers dropped, and even some of the parents that are on this evening can kind of speak to Those reasons why they had themselves, they missed a couple of meetings as well, but definitely tried to make sure that we were recruiting and still having enough parents to be able to join those meetings with the bylaws.
Okay. And then, so let me just say, part of my feedback in the past has also been that parent participation should be as flexible as possible. And so if a parent missed a few meetings, for me personally, I'm not going to hold that against parents because things come up and they have to be parents. So I just want to put that out there. Were any of I guess if you started out with 75, I'm curious to know what the involvement or outreach was to PTAs and PTOs, which I do want to uplift to say that that's another area that we do need to re-engage our parents in. I feel like we have just gone downhill since COVID began in terms of keeping them engaged and involved, and just want to put that out there. I did see the changes with staff parent voices. And I know that this has come up multiple times, that there are staff members who are also parents and they wanted to have a voice. And I appreciate that in the bylaws, it specifically mentions that they can have a voice but not vote. And I think it's a hard line on either side, and I get it because like I'm a board member, but I'm always going to be a mother first, and my biggest responsibility first is to my child. So I get it, and I appreciate that that's in there. But I think the biggest concern I have, oh, go ahead, Khadijah.
Nope, I just want to make sure I answer your last two questions.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just going
So the
off.
PTA, PTO, we actually physically reached out to the PTA and PTO presidents. Is how we got that number to begin with, as well as asking principals to recommend parents that, they knew that were involved, that would be interested. So we took that route as well. And we have the current list of PTA and PTO presidents now. So that will be another personal phone calls, reaching out to them, to re-engage them back in the process. And we definitely didn't want to discount anybody with participating and knowing that they had, other commitments. So although everybody may not have that access to be able to be at that meeting, we reached out by email to have parents weigh in, and they were able to kind of send in some of those recommendations or suggestions when they were voting on the bylaws that way. So although they weren't physically present at the meeting, they still weighed in by email. So I think that took care of your two questions that you just had.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The other piece, let me pull up these bylaws again. I appreciate that Robert's rules and quorum, there's a quorum here and voting stuff. I'm just curious on what they would be voting on. For me, I think the biggest problem, I guess, that I felt with reading these bylaws was to speak to the parent council from other parents. That makes me a little nervous. And I have to say, even having like an elevated executive team from other parents, because when I think about our parent leadership and what I envision it to be, is that it's a round table of parents and everybody is there to support equally and have the same level of voice and choice and things. And so I get that there's a voting mechanism, but that part makes me a little nervous. In the past, our previous parent advisory council was also having meetings with multiple board members at a time and not following open meeting laws. I want to uplift that. So I want to make sure we don't repeat those mistakes. I appreciate that Leslie's going to be meeting with them and starting in April. So I'll end there if you have any feedback on that structure piece of it. And then I just have one final feedback on parent participation.
So Rebecca, did you want to, Rebecca and Kenyon are also here just to explain how they went through that process, if you want to chime in.
I can speak a little bit to the parent inclusion. Our biggest goal and our biggest focus is that every parent or caregiver in the district has a voice and knows who that they can talk to whenever they have concerns. And that includes people who are, I'm sorry, my kids are in the background. but so I apologize for the TV. We wanted to make sure that even if you're an employee of the district, if something is going on, that you have somebody you can talk, you know, you have a group that you can approach. that you and what we've found over the last couple of months is that it may serve us best to be a vessel of information for parents, because there's a large number of parent groups out in the community, and we want to make sure that the information we're providing is accurate, or is as accurate and up to date as possible, especially during this time. So
I was just trying to understand the infrastructure. And I guess, Rebecca, you and I you're my parent rep on finance. So I would be more than happy to schedule a one-on-one so that we're not having this back and forth here. But I certainly want to ensure that there isn't a hierarchy of parents, because we've had this issue in the past in this district. I literally had invited parents to a parent advisory council meeting and had previous parent executives say, these parents can't be here. This is a closed executive for parent leaders. And I don't want to support that. I feel like if you, whether you're the president or vice president, if you are holding a meeting, parents, those meetings need to be open, and parents have a right to hear what parent leaders are bringing back to administration and to the superintendent trying to advocate for, and they should all be on the same, at least agreement that is something that they want to elevate. So I don't know if those things that were discussed, but this has been an ongoing issue with parent advisory councils.
They were. And a lot of us, the kind of holdouts at the end, a lot of us were people that got offered an opportunity to interview with PAC, or the previous version of PAC. We had one person talk about how there was like a 3-hour interview and she didn't get in. That's not where we're going. The president, vice president, and secretary are just there to facilitate. We really want to elevate the parent voice. We really want to listen. We really want to hear what is going on and what the biggest concerns are. And we want a clear and concise voice to administration, because from school to school, I mean, there's 60 programs, or about 60 programs, and if you're a parent and you have concerns, it's very daunting, this district, to be a parent. With your little 3-year-old, you're just going to send them off on a bus and hope for the best. But what happens when you have a concern and you don't feel like the school is listening or can help you? Or a lot of talk was just about miscommunication and that kind of a thing, and where do you go when you're unsure? So what we, in an ideal world, we would have people who you can reach out to that are specific to your school, similar to the way the school board is, that are liaisons to the schools. So once we build our membership, then our hope is to get some people who can represent individual schools and make sure that those voices are heard. And we made a point that it's not a school that your child attends, so that you don't have a conflict of interest in representing. So you would represent a number of schools. So as we build up, but the goal is to really make it a roundtable and a discussion.
Okay, and I just want to point out to the community listening that if there are concerns and they feel like they're not being heard, there's a number of chiefs, but it's board members too. So I just want to be clear of how we're saying that, because in my mind, I think that's wonderful and great. And then I also think about the fact that we pay so many people in so many top administrative positions, and I wonder what they're doing to address parent concerns, where's the disconnect if they need to go beyond the school. The last piece I just want to mention, and Rebecca, I'll schedule something with you too before the finance meeting, if you don't mind, is parent compensation. So I know that our budget is tight, let me put that out there. But I do think we should explore either grant opportunities or community partnerships to provide compensation in the form of gift cards for our parents who are taking the time out of their life and schedule. And I know that staff is going to be in and out and working, and board members have been invited to come in and present. And all of us are getting paid, but we're asking parents who are already stretched with time and work and kids to come and do this work for free, especially if they're going to be liaisons, they're going to be like a point of contact for the parents. We absolutely need to figure out a way to compensate them through either partnerships or budgeting it. And I will tell you, I serve on some tables with other parents, and we pay $25 gift cards, an hour. It's a big push right now across the entire community to start compensating the individuals that we're asking for their voice, for their feedback, for their work, their labor, and we're doing it without compensating them. So I do want to put that out there. And Leslie, I will personally look for some grants for you and talk to some other partners and funders in the community, but I do not want this parent council that's going to be doing all this work to not be compensated for their time. And that's it.
All right, thanks. Once again, thank you, Khadijah. And Rebecca Hetherington, I need to really insist that you never come to one of these board meetings and apologize for your kids. This is the RCSD. Kids, this is what we do. We work. You never apologize about your kids. Please don't do that again.
They've been so happy to be back at school, just as a side note. They're exhausted. Thank you.
Okay, next up for discussion is an item that I had mentioned last month, a spring parent and community forum. The purpose of this forum would be to provide a platform similar to our fall forum to engage directly with families around a number of topics. In addition, it will provide an opportunity to work with families in the community on ways that they can impact the achievement of our legislative agenda. We don't just want to put that legislative agenda out. Like President White mentioned the other day, we want to figure out a strategy to target and complete those goals. And so that would be, I would like to hear from other commissioners tonight regarding their desire to host in partnership with Khadijah, the Office of Parent Engagement, a parent and community forum.
I'm in.
I'm in too, and actually,
I would like to input on suggestions on how we could make this happen. And so let me tell you a little something about me. I've always said, no matter if my plate is full, I cannot say I can't put no more on the plate. I just have to get a bigger plate. Having said that, I need you to keep in mind that the budget season is coming up. And that is the most strenuous thing that I've been involved in since I've been a board member last year. And it was, and it's not going to be any less strenuous this time. So knowing that everybody always it needs to say that they promote parent engagement and all of that, I just also want us to keep an honest look at our schedule, that our staff are going to be involved with this budget that's coming up. So having said that, let's talk about it, commissioners.
So is this something, oh, I'm sorry.
Go.
Let me raise my hand.
No, go ahead, Cynthia.
Yeah, you were.
I thought I was chairing the meeting. So Commissioner Adams, then why did you bring it up if we got the budget hearing, the budget process going on? What was your thought behind entertaining it for us?
So I've always been one to believe that you should put something on the table instead of making executive decisions on whether it should even be discussed. And so it should be on the table. And like I said, who I am, I'm a person who just says, no matter how much you got on your plate, just get a bigger plate. Mm-hmm. This is how I've always operated. but everybody doesn't operate like that. And I should be more like an ambassador and give people options. Because the budget is I'm telling you, it's not going to be any lighter this year than it was last year.
I think
so next I'm going to Commissioner LeBron.
So thank you for uplifting that the budget season is coming. And as the chair, I spent a lot of extra hours outside of meetings, having pre-planning meetings with staff. And I do know staff has a lot on their plate this year with budget, and particularly because we now have to we have Dr. Jallo, and we have some added things that we have to do in this budget season because our state monitor is here. But having said that, we have had some talks as well about what the community budget piecing would look like. And so I just want to throw it out there, like if we did it this way, I would be more than willing to do a budget two-way conversation with parents, because I do think that this budget season is going to be emotional. It's going to be difficult. And I honestly, we're going to move forward with the budget training and just explaining also Dr. Jallo and her role and why she's going to have recommendations as part of her job. And that's a new concept for our community from budget seasons in the past. So we're still going to do that budget education. We're still going to do a public town hall where we're listening to feedback, but I'm not a fan of just listening sessions personally, not always, because I feel like there are sometimes questions people want answers to, and I want to be able to provide them, and we can't. So, and again, I caution and warn everyone now, some foresight. It is going to be a painful and emotional budget season. Like there's just no way around it. And so I do think it'll be a good opportunity to at least have conversations with families through that avenue without me having to figure out with staff another way to have those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Next up is President White.
Sorry. Just to advance your idea of, how do we strategically go about doing this? I have a very specific idea. I'll be very brief with it. For example, Commissioner Adams, you could take any one of those items that is on our legislative agenda. I don't have it in front of me, but I would be willing, and COVID is complicating this obviously a bit, but I would be willing to host at a parent's home or here at my office where I could cook a meal, and we would engage a state senator or assembly person, have dinner with them. Now, again, COVID kind of complicates this a bit, but in terms of strategies, we've always done the bigger, but why not just break bread with some of these people in an intimate setting and talk to them about, using your analogy of a plate, just put one item on that plate, not all of our legislative agenda, but just from the different things that we have on our agenda. If we were to invite people over to my office, I cook them dinner, have two parents, and two legislators, and we would talk about just one of those issues. And we would try to get that particular senator or assembly person to advance that issue in the assembly. So you asked, what will we be willing to do? You tell me what the issue would be. We could discuss the issue. I would put that issue literally on the plate, literally and figuratively, and we would break bread over it, just with 2 or 3 senators or something, and move that issue forward that way. Now, again, unfortunately, COVID kind of complicates this, but by maybe, and I'm not necessarily talking about budget issues, obviously, but maybe by May or June, we might be somewhat free of that to at least have a socially distant dinner or a lunch with some assembly people. Maybe it's 2 board members. We cook a meal for our parents, or maybe we just sit down with parents at their house or at our houses, very small settings, not the whole board, and we talk about a particular issue to build up some energy and some issue. So that's what I would be willing to do. You give me an issue, I'll put it on the plate and we'll discuss it, and I'll invite, the senator or the assembly person, ask them to move that issue forward. That's an idea.
Right. Interesting. I'm gonna go get some input from a parent. Jessica.
I am really excited about this idea. I think even if it has to be pushed out until late spring or even early summer after the school year ends, I think one of the things that COVID has done is sort of thrust parents into this different role in their children's education and schooling. And I'm really seeing parents that want to engage and are seeking how to engage. And I think we heard a lot of that from Khadijah in the development of this, the plaque plan. Parents are recognizing their need to really hold different entities accountable and elevate their own voice as the primary caregivers for their children. And I've talked with many parents that want to advocate for the district and within the district, and they just need more tools to know how to do that. And so there's definitely an energy and an opportunity right now to really work on rebuilding the trust, work on breaking through some of the cynicism and forging a new path. And I think that a forum like this that could give tools to parents and opportunities to parents to unpack some of these issues could be really impactful for the district. So all that to say, I think it's important, even if it has to get pushed out to late spring, early summer. There's gonna be a lot of questions about what next school year is gonna look like even. And so.
So I absolutely agree with you. I just can't try not to control the narrative when I put it out there. But I definitely support us involving parents. I don't see anyone else on here. And I'm gonna give you a minute. We're not gonna rush through it. I ain't that far. I'm pretty good with my schedule.
You have a Khadijah, Commissioner Adams.
Who?
Khadijah.
She has a Khadijah. Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to, just listening to even Commissioner LeBron, President White, and then our parent Jessica, any way that Office of Parent Engagement can assist in building that platform or the presentation for it. Even last year, pre-COVID, when Commissioner LeBron did the budget forum, and having parents go, Office of Parent Engagement supported her with that as well. And I know COVID does complicate things, but I also think it gives an opportunity to us to be able to, even if we had parents in, and this was one of the work sessions that Plaque did, we set it up where we were over Zoom. So you had folks that, were able to attend, virtually, and then there were a certain amount of folks that were in the room with us, socially distanced and everything. So I'm pretty sure that we can figure it out. We can make sure that, we're including everybody and giving at least everybody that opportunity to participate, even the way we did the parent forums, and we had parents submit questions in advance, and we streamed it live, but we also monitored, the chats on Facebook and YouTube so that we could bring in as many questions and have it be interactive versus just our parents, sitting on that other end and listening to a presentation. So we're definitely willing and wanting to collaborate in any way that we can in Office of Parent Engagement.
Thank you. Kaya, so my screen doesn't tell me who hand was up first, Commissioner LeBron or President White. So does yours?
Yes, it's Commissioner LeBron and then President White.
I had my hand up first, but I'm gonna just let Kalia confirm. I didn't want to jump in and be a kid. First and foremost, Khadijah, thank you. I appreciate you offering. And as a commissioner, I would like to accept that offer. And I say that because our staff is already stretched, and part of the issue when we're planning these things, that then it falls on them to like track down board members. You know, some not always responding to emails. And so we can all take accountability with our own schedule to work with you, to give you dates and options, a doodle poll where it doesn't fall on our staff. I think our staff would even support it because they don't want the additional work as they're trying to organize not only our schedule, administrations, the calendar of every other meeting we have going on. We have deadlines that we have to do certain things by. And again, we have Dr. Jallo now too. And so she'll be giving her presentation as well to the board as an addition this year to budget presentation. So if we can agree that we, as a board, we move forward and creating some type of organization and we just work with the Office of Parent Engagement and keep our staff out of it, I think we can do that now. Just putting it out there.
Right. President White?
Yeah. Years ago, you guys might remember a young kid by the name of Jamal Alexander. He was killed on Holter Street, and a bunch of community residents and myself opened up a safe house on Holter Street. And what we did is we invited community leaders. Y'all may remember a guy by the name of Tom Ryan. He was mayor of the city of Rochester, and he accepted our invitation to have dinner and break bread with us at this Holter Street, which was 43 Holter Street, which is where this young man was killed, right outside that home. And the sense of empowerment that people felt, that they were cooking a meal for the mayor of the city of Rochester. He was very gracious. He came down and had dinner, and we talked for about 3 or 4 hours with the neighborhood association. So what I would suggest, again, the topic can be varied, but you can call it something like what's on our plate, right? That could be the name of it, and it could go from neighborhood to neighborhood. And to take the new technology, again, like the parent said, we could wait until September, until COVID clears up, but you could even continue to take the distance technology and have it zoomed in, or have a Facebook Live of the dinner with this person, this community leader. It could be the board, it could be a assembly person if we're advancing a legislative agenda, but it would be a dynamic way and a very intimate way. As a matter of fact, if it happens around September, hopefully, prayerfully, that'll be the time where we're really reintegrating ourselves. People will really probably welcome that kind of direct one-on-one contact, but the room wouldn't be filled with a bunch of people, except that we could have it Facebook Live. So I think if it happens, begins to have something like this could happen, what's on your plate by September, it could be a way in which people could finally reintegrate themselves into this kind of intimate personal interactions that are also impactful and topical.
Okay. So
I volunteer to do it whenever, if this is what we want to do. I'm not the greatest cook, but I can do something else, or maybe I can work with Khadijah in identifying a parent whose house we could do it at, or we can do it at my house.
So let's just be clear about one thing. We already know Superintendent Myers is the best cook.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Well, Sean might say he's up there too.
Commissioner Powell.
Yeah. My input into this discussion is more a question. A lot of our legislative agenda is budget related. Have we already given up on the idea of having any impact on the state budget this year? Or is there anything that we can do with or without the help of our parent group to begin to enact that part of our legislative agenda that has to do with the state budget? And that's a question.
So anybody can answer that. I don't. I know we have not given up on anything. I know I haven't given up on anything. If I'm ready to do the convoy of cars going to Albany. We can't do the bus. We can't do the bus, but we can do the car convoys to Albany for real. I really will get a bigger plate. That's my answer to you. Be it Commissioner LeBron, do you have a response or you have your?
No, actually, I have a meeting tomorrow to go over the state runs. I don't think that they've been very clear either on like the final landing of the budget. But if I have any updates on the state runs, I'll certainly make sure I bring them forth in the February budget meeting. But I do have a response though to Van's idea. So I'm not knocking the idea, but for me, when this was presented, it was presented as like a parent and board like forum or workshop or something. I just want to like, for me, this is where I want to stick it with. I want to stick with that idea. But that I also don't think that there's nothing that stops Van's idea from moving forward in a different way. It's just different opportunities for parents to have engagement with the board. So for me, I'm still looking to support a spring parent conference, and it could be a fall intimate dinner. It could be right before school starts. It could be after. It could be live streamed. I don't want to knock that idea because I think it's a good idea and has some potential there. But for me, I'm trying to figure out how I can utilize this to also then incorporate some budget stuff that I think will be heavy. And I think parents have a right to ask questions and get answers. So I don't know where we're going with this, but.
So what I will say is that if any of you have any additional input, you could email Rahima. I mean, you could email me, but it'd be better if you email Rahima and with the suggestions. All right. So I gotta keep it moving. Yes. I really do. During our last meeting discussion on the legislative agenda, President White asked about strategies to achieve desired outcomes. I am going to talk about some strategies. I'm going to introduce Rahima to put some strategies to open up with this for me.
Good evening, commissioners and community administration. So during CIGR's last preview meeting, we tackled a little bit of that question, President White, that you posed regarding what strategies were we going to use to see positive outcomes and movement on our legislative agenda outside of the breakfast. And so during our preview meeting, as I said, we strategized a little bit about some potential things that we can do. Keep in mind that our legislative breakfast is not until February 27th. And so we can't really commit to any strategy until we have that breakfast and kind of see what the outcome is and know where we want to go with things. However, with that being said, I'm going to bring up on my screen here some of the things that we discussed just to share with board members to generate some discussion, almost like a brainstorm or a brain dump to really think about how we can move this agenda forward. We board staff also looked at this from the perspective of partnering with our families and community to help push that advocacy. And so some of that will take some efforts from us around educating community, families and students about what the needs are and why those needs are important, as well as usual advocacy things that the board does, such as joint letters and things of that nature. So I'm just going to bring this up on the screen for a moment. Okay. So talk about it in a couple of ways, just some overall strategies that could that would support any of the funding, any of the priorities that were on the agenda. So again, events like the Parent Spring Forum or potential Parent Spring and Community Forum, where we can talk about advocacy and how parents and community can help to move our agenda along. Engaging with the Rochester Chamber of Commerce, as well as the legislators at all levels and city council. Another idea that was floated around was parent commissioners in a kind of one-on-one session that would be recorded and shared with everyone with a content expert to discuss one of our priorities, any of the priorities, and really delve into the importance of it and help the community understand the need around it. Say, for instance, our maintenance of effort to help people really have a better understanding of that, or the need to have charter schools take over their own special education funding and meeting those needs for their students. So in relation to funding priorities, then we just kind of broke it out, and I won't go read through every single one, but we broke it out by different priority groupings and thought about some of the things that we could do there. So Superintendent Dr. Myers-Small already mentioned earlier, actually, that there was work being done with county officials to help create a distribution plan in relation to the priority for staff vaccination, and then continued advocacy around the restoration of the COVID funding. So we know that there were mid-year cuts related to that, and we definitely want to see that come back. One of the things in relation to Dr. Jallo's suggestion about obtaining BOCES services, that member rate, is that collaborating with BOCES to help in that advocacy with us as RCSD, as well as to then go to the legislator and do that advocacy. Let's see. So then we talked about, Kalia, I think you want to jump in for a moment and talk about our local aid priorities.
Yes, I do. Just a little bit. So last week we had a meeting with City Council regarding or budget, as well as some legislative things as well. And we touched on one of the legislative priorities, as you know, that's on the legislative agenda, which is to pursue addressing the MOE with the city, and to pursue an immediate increase of the funding that we receive. The conversation in that meeting definitely pointed out that collaboration would be the best way to approach that. And so I wanted to kind of talk to the board a little bit, even as we go forward with planning for the legislative agenda, how we best position ourselves to achieve what it is we want to achieve. And I might actually ask the Superintendent Myers-Small, and also I know Commissioner LeBron was in that meeting as well, to kind of touch on how we advocate for that priority, because I know that it is a large priority. It is one that has been pursued for several years, and I do believe that Councilman Evans, he talked about the fact that it was an agenda item when he was on the board, and we've continued to ask for it. And he definitely talked about the fact that if you need something, you have to voice it. It's like, the closed mouth doesn't get fed. However, what's the best way to ask to get fed in this sense? So kind of wanted to ask Superintendent Myers-Small to kind of touch on that meeting a little bit, and also how we position ourselves to achieve that priority. And also Commissioner LeBron.
So I just, earlier this week, or was it last week, Callie? I'm sorry.
It was last week, yeah.
Last week, we met with President Loretta Scott and Finance Committee Chair, Councilman Malik Evans. We just basically gave them an update just on where we were, what some of our concerns were. And, one of the concerns we certainly shared was the fact that the MOE has remained, and their share has remained at $119.1 million. And one of the things that they said was that they certainly would be interested in joint advocacy with that. But as Kalia said, that joint advocacy relative to that point, but as Kalia mentioned, that is a conversation that has been held multiple times over the many years. Their suggestion to us was that we really dig in and lean into the fact, as far as the contribution as it relates to, is it Syracuse and Yonkers?
Yes.
Syracuse and Yonkers, and that we could advocate on that type of level. So they said they would be happy to talk more about that with us and really to join us on the advocacy, but the increasing the 119.1 was really a moot point for them. And Commissioner LeBron, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything else to that.
This is Commissioner Powell. Can you tell us what did they envision advocacy looking like?
We didn't get that far. We just talked about the fact that we would need to move forward with that. That was really towards the end of our meeting, Commissioner Powell, but we didn't really have a chance to develop that.
So is it fair to say that they're imagining joint advocacy for state aid in lieu of an increase in MOE?
You could potentially extrapolate that from that, but didn't have it was right at the end. We had that conversation, and there was a lot of synergy around that, but again, particular details we didn't.
Yeah, I will say, so yes, the discussion definitely centered more on how can we work to get the district more money, but it definitely seemed like it wasn't going to be coming from them. It is the general sense of the word. And so as we have it on our legislative agenda, it is something that we need to address. I guess as we talk about strategies, it's going to be very important for us to think about how we approach this, especially because we also talked about the fact that, how are we going to measure success on getting the district funding? And if we put this as a legislative agenda item and it's not achievable, then what else can we do?
Can I just also add something here? I was trying to raise my hand, but it wasn't allowing me to do this. But we have to remember the history of how that 119 million came to be. That was Manny Rivera with the former governor Spitzer that made that law that mandated that City Hall allocate $119 million to the district. So, there is some bad blood there, and particularly when we cannot seem to, although, there are signs that we're increasing the graduation rates, but since we have done a poor job academically, they have not been willing to have any conversation about increasing that 119 million. In fact, they've made the decision not to increase it, and something about inflation. I don't remember all that conversation. Maybe somebody else can add to that. But as long as there are people who remember how that 119 million was mandated by Manny Rivera and Governor Spitzer, I think that there's just some memory there that really it's a moot point for them increasing it. And I think that, well, I don't even know, because I think they have their own budget issues as well. So even if we were to increase our academic performance, because they have their own financial issues, they may not be willing to increase it anyway. So thank you.
But was there any discussion on the getting more flexibility in how we used 119.1 million? Were they amenable to that?
That did not, we didn't get to that in the.
Didn't get to that.
I know that one of the things they did talk about was having meetings with the 3-on-3-on-3 to discuss the district's budget in more detail and to understand several components on how we could collaborate, but we didn't get into detail on the exact legislative items. As we have invited them to the legislative breakfast, and it is hopeful that we will have a further conversation on that. But our positioning in our legislative agenda, the board voted to adopt the legislative agenda, and that is what we are moving forward with. But I know it would be remiss of me to not mention that positioning is in question as we approach that event.
Commissioner Adams, President White, Commissioner Powell, and Commissioner LeBron have their hands raised. I think President White was first.
Okay, President White.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Thank you, Rahima. The maintenance of effort was basically established a floor. It did not establish a ceiling. The city could go higher, but if the question is, and I'm putting this as nicely as I can, are we wasting our time trying to get more than 119 million? And they could. It's again, maintenance of effort is just a floor. But the fact is, they have been reluctant to give us any money. I think the last time, I think it was 120 something million. Willa, you may remember this. And Bill Johnson, I think, took it down a peg or two, and it has not been adjusted for inflation since that time. So it's been there for a while. What Spitzer did is Spitzer just said, you can't go below that 119. They have the opportunity if they wanted to go above it, but they're not going to. And while I would love to think that they might do it, even pre-COVID, they've been running, everybody talks about the district's deficits. Shoot, the state of New York runs deficits every year in the millions and millions of dollars. The federal government runs deficits in the trillions and trillions. The difference is they can print money. We can't. The city of Rochester can increase levies, increase the valuation of property and get more money that way. They can increase the fees for parking meters. We cannot. We are a fiscally dependent district. The district on average over the last 8 years has run deficits of $40 to $50 million every year for the last 8 years. We are not the only deficit run organization. Most levels of government, from the state to the feds to the district and the city of Rochester, run deficits. The difference is they can print money or they can levy taxes. We cannot. But the reality is they're in a tough bind, and they were in a tough situation before COVID. They're in a worse situation now. The reality is they are not going to give us any money. And I'm not a person who gives up, but it ain't happening, folks. So if the question is, Commissioner Adams, and I don't know if this is your question, but if the question is, should we, and Kaya, maybe it was her question, should we take this off our list of priorities because it's just not possible? If that's the question, I think we should, because it ain't happening. And then you got all this politics happening over there. It is definitely not happening. That's just keeping it real. It's not going to happen. Thank you.
Who's the order?
Commissioner Powell, Commissioner LeBron, and then our parent rep, Jessica, has her hand raised as well.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so thank you for acknowledging me. Commissioner Elliott is right that there's a lot of, I'm not sure what word she used, but I'll use the word animosity. Although Manny Rivera was our superintendent at the time, he didn't have a lot to say about the MOE. The MOE affected all of the big five, and it was part of Governor Spitzer's implementation of Contract for Excellence, and his intention was to make sure that the cities did not supplant, use the state's additional funding to supplant its own local contribution. So in that respect, Van's contribution earlier was correct. I agree with Van that the prospect in the short term of getting the city to increase the MOE is somewhere between slim and none. But that's just one part of a conversation we should be having with the city about a complete fiscal independence agreement like what we had in 1986, which I successfully advocated that we get to our legislative agenda. The MOE is only one out of a dozen pieces of areas of concern that should be taken into consideration for a new fiscal independence agreement. And I would refer you all again to a white paper that I distributed probably close to a year ago on that topic that outlines every piece of an agenda that needs to be discussed between ourselves and the city. So in answer to the question that Van asked of whether it should remain on our legislative agenda, I would say perhaps it needs to be deprioritized, that our energy should go into a new fiscal independence agreement and less so about specific components. The MOE being one of a dozen specific components. Does that make any sense to anybody?
Yep.
Because I can try to rephrase it if it didn't make sense.
So basically move it around in the priority level, like, you know, the same thing we did with the, there was an item that we moved to the top the other day. So vice versa. So, but I personally can go for that, but I would never go for not axing. I'm just not with that. If that's the case, I've been going for years asking for foundation aid, and people tell me you ain't gonna get it. People tell me not to even ask Governor Cuomo right now for any money. That's why I want the feds to send it straight to us. Don't let him have no control over it. But I'm gonna ask. I would ask. I just believe we have to ask. And next up is Commissioner LeBron.
Oh God, Ms. Adams, I really appreciate you so much. So, you know, I apologize. I had to go handle some stuff with Sophia. She's got a big day tomorrow, but a couple of things. You know, I spoke with the president and vice president of city council. They are aware that this is on our agenda item and had asked that it potentially be removed and that they would then be willing to co-support asking the state for additional funding with the school district. I said I would bring it up, but I just want to, from my perspective, just put out there that I don't, for me personally, feel that the act should be to city council or the city. I feel like it should be with the new legislators that have been elected, with our Dean of Delegation, Harry Bronson, of the local delegation, who now has seniority at the state legislation, to move that threshold from the dollar amount to a percentage of what it would have been actually 13 years ago. So even if they just change the language to say they're going to give us 14% of the total amount for the district, for the city's budget, which was what it was 14 years ago, that by itself would increase the revenue. I personally don't understand why there is a dollar amount. I get that that's the floor, as President White labeled it, and I'm okay with it still being labeled the floor if that's how the state legislators want to look at it. But I absolutely think it needs to be changed to a percentage of the budget, so that as inflation happens naturally and as their revenues increase, that our percentage is the same of whatever that total is. And so that's my ask. And I hope that we as a body can have that conversation with the state legislators. Again, we have lots of newly elected state legislators who ran and said that they would support public education. Many of them got the endorsements of public education advocacy groups and got them to support them in their run. And this is the time to put the fire to their feet. That's just my opinion. They're in there, they're coming around, they're staying there for public education. Well, we're the largest urban school district in Monroe County. This is it. We need the funding. And I know that the city is struggling, but President White is right. They have multiple avenues to increase revenue. And that includes, fees, and they already increase taxes and do these tax levies on houses. We never see those additional revenues. And I do want to uplift Commissioner Powell's white paper. And I would actually ask Commissioner Powell to potentially resend it because there are new board members on here and they didn't have an opportunity to see it. But there is some other areas in there that she's right. We should be negotiating and having conversations about, and even how we share resources. It's still mind blowing to me that we have to pay for so much that we pay for through the city, and that we're not as public and transparent about those costs. We just have to have them because our kids need access to spaces, but we then have to maintain those spaces as well. It's time to restructure in my eyes personally, but also this is the time to hold those newly elected state electeds who ran on supporting public education and kids. This is the time.
Jessica?
I'll be quick because it's getting late, but you all, I think, know a lot more than me about whether or not the city would actually come through with something like this. But I don't want to be overly Pollyannic, but I feel like this is an example of how we can utilize parents and community members to advocate, not for this legislative breakfast. There's not time for that, but there's a lot of misinformation in this community about what happens with the money. I think it was a couple of years ago, or maybe it was last year, that the Children's Agenda did like a budget breakdown, and they sort of dispelled a lot of those myths. And out of that, there's actually been a group, I can't think of what they're called right now, but there's a group of parents and community members that are trying to physically raise the $98 million that we need, like dollar by dollar, to help cover some of the shortfalls that we have. So I say all this to say, I think there's a real opportunity to put the information out there in the community about what the district needs, and utilize parents and community members to advocate for the district. And I think this is an example of that.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. So what we're going to do, we're going to revisit these strategies after the legislative breakfast. And so with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand the gavel to President White.
Sure. All right. There is no new business, but we do have to go into executive session, and we're going to discuss what we're going to discuss in executive session before we discuss it, because it is late and we have to see what kind of flexibility we have. But for those who have not watched a board meeting before, occasionally, because we have things that the law requires that we discuss confidentially and privately, a board member will make a motion to go into executive session to discuss those things privately and confidentially. And then once we finish with that discussion, we come back into open session, take a survey about how we did in this particular meeting, and then we adjourn. So I need that motion to go into executive session to discuss those confidential things.
Motion.
I see Commissioner Malloy, and I think it's seconded by Commissioner Adams. All those in favor of going to executive session? Yes. Hold on one second. I was getting ready to say that, Steve. I was getting ready to say that. For the purpose of discussing the terms and conditions of a particular employee, indicate by saying aye.
Oh, Van.
Aye.
Also,
yes.
Van, we're also going into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorney.
And I thought we were just talking about our superintendent's mid-year.
There are two different designations of what we need to speak about. Only one falls under the performance of a particular employee. And it's my understanding that the other reason that we're going in is to receive legal advice.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but that will do. Okay. All those in favor of going to executive session for the purpose of discussing the terms and conditions of a particular employee and to receive, we don't even need to go into executive session for this. We're just so that you know, we're going to be apparently receiving some advice from our attorney. Indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Tom, if you could take us into executive session, it'd be appreciated.